Live, so we're going to have Elizabeth Laguna and Francisco Laguna from Lowell Elementary School lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the audience. My name is Francisco Lagunas, and I am a fourth grade student at Lowell Elementary School.
My name is Elizabeth Lagunas, and I am in third grade.
Elizabeth, bring the microphone down, Francisco, and then just speak really loud, like when you're mad at your brother.
My name is Elizabeth Lagunas, and I am in second grade, student at Lowell Elementary School.
Tonight we will be leading everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone please raise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, but don't sit down. Stay up because we have Bob Barnett, our police chaplain. Bob, are you here? Yes, he is. He's going to give us our invocation this evening.
Lord God, we thank you for this night. We thank you especially for the children that led the way this evening. We ask your blessing upon this evening tonight, that your wisdom would be displayed, that your presence would be here. And the Lord God, we're always mindful of those to be honored this night for the service to the community. We're so grateful, Lord, and keep our hearts filled with grace, our hearts filled with thanksgiving. And Lord, thank you for the wisdom and the skill of all the people in our city. In the name of the Lord, amen.
You may be seated. Before we begin our council meeting, in terms of our regular presentations, we have a special presentation, and I'm going to call Jared Deaver to come forward. He's the Director of Communications for the Orange County Vector Control District, and he's going to give us a report and an update on some of the vector control issues that are going on here in our city. I know many of you were concerned not too long ago because we were talking about having the vector control potentially spray here in the city, and I can tell you that that didn't happen, and for now in the immediate future it's not going to happen, but we do have a very serious issue because there are a lot of mosquitoes that have been active in the city in the past, and a tremendous number of infections that we've encountered here in Santa Ana. So with that, let me welcome Jared. Also, I want to point out that in the audience, we not only have his boss, and welcome Mike for being here, but we have his boss's boss because we have a board member as well of the vector control, which is John Morlock, our supervisor here in Orange County. Thank you for being here, John, and thank you for your service on vector control. Please go ahead, Jared.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This prepared statement is to hopefully answer a lot of those questions and concerns regarding the adult deciding application in September. And as you're all aware, 2014 has quite literally broken all the records for West Nile virus since its introduction into the county in 2004. Santa Ana has and continues to lead not only the county, but the state in West Nile virus human infections, mosquito infections, and dead bird indications. It was for this reason that the district decided on September the 4th to conduct truck-mounted adult mosquito control applications in 4 strategic locations in the city. The locations were selected due to their abnormally and persistently high West Nile virus indications, their infection rates. By eliminating as many adult mosquitoes as possible through these fogging applications, our hope was to break the disease transmission cycle and further protect the health of your citizens. We worked closely with city staff to coordinate a notification plan to inform the residents in the affected area as rapidly and broadly as possible. In the 72 hours preceding the scheduled application, the city and the district were able to distribute press releases that resulted in over 15 print, broadcast, and radio segments announcing these foggings. And one of these stories was actually an Orange County Register front page article that included large treatment maps. We developed frequently asked questions documents. The NIXL alerts were drafted and scheduled. The city's reverse 911 system was also secured to call residents regarding these applications. The district posted dozens of social media announcements and also paid to distribute these announcements to our non-following members on social media. And finally, the Santa Ana Unified School District also stepped up and offered the use of their robocall service to help alert the residents of these activities. Unfortunately, as we monitored weather patterns, both regional weather patterns and also ground weather patterns, it became clear on Sunday, September the 7th, that the applications would not be as effective, and the district determined that we would need to suspend those fogging activities at that time. Two weather conditions are required for a successful fogging application. The first is an inversion layer of hot and cold air during the evening hours that aid in keeping the fog close to the ground. The second is a light wind between 2 and 10 miles per hour to carry that material towards its intended target, which is the front and the backyards where these mosquitoes are resting. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, neither of these conditions were met in the scheduled application period, and therefore the activity was canceled at that time. Now, since that time, the district has carefully monitored the weather and also the disease and infection rates in these communities in order to determine if a second application would have the desired effect. After very careful scientific consideration and several trials that were conducted on private property, the district has determined that it is simply too late in the season for the mosquito truck-mounted fogging application to have the desired effect, to break the transmission cycle and reduce West Nile virus infection in humans. So while the truck-mounted fogging may not be conducted for the remainder of 2014, the district retains its right and its obligation to the people of Orange County to conduct these activities when they are necessary to help protect public health. The district is also exploring at this time alternative methods of adult mosquito control and also is working tirelessly still to eliminate mosquito populations in the city of Santa Ana and in the county of Orange, and to educate and inform the public about their shared responsibility in their role in mosquito control and the prevention of West Nile virus. And at this time, I'll take any questions from the council.
Do we have any questions from council members? Councilman Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have a question, and thank you for being here and addressing us. You were supposed to be here at the last meeting. Unfortunately, we didn't have a meeting, but you are here today, so thank you for being here. I do have a question, and you just made point in your last statement as it pertains to a vote that was taken by the board as it pertains to the authority that you have to move forward with the spraying if you so choose. I just want for you to state for the record again that the city of Santa Ana, we as a council, as a body here, have no authority over that decision that you made with the vector control.
That's correct. Our Board of Trustees makes that determination and grants us the authority to do so. We have tried to partner with the city as closely as possible, and you have been fantastic partners in this effort to reduce West Nile virus in all aspects, from the city manager's office to every division and department within your city has been excellent in your response.
So when you decide to move forward, I would just hope that the ongoing communication will start much quicker as it did most recently. I know, the city of Santa Ana sent out a press release, and then we try to get assistance from the Santa Ana Unified School District. But having those ongoing communications because of the various groups that we're dealing here with residents within our community is a very sensitive matter. And so I know you guys put the notices out there, but I think much more communication is needed in advance. And it's just my hope that you will continue to work not only with the city, but the school district and the neighborhoods, because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that it's your job to make sure that the health of your duties as it pertains to the West Nile virus, that you're able to control that. But as a council member and as a resident of this community, I want to make sure that I have the appropriate notice from your agency to making sure that you're going to give whatever, if it's 2 or 3 weeks going out there in the community, whether it be in English, Vietnamese, Spanish, and providing them that information, because I have to tell you that even with the communication that you provided, there were many members in this community that were unaware that this was actually going to occur. And I think this is why our office here, the city manager's office, was in direct communication with you, asking you guys to withhold the spraying because many members of this community were unaware.
Your comments are well taken, and we have learned some important lessons this year. This was the first time we were going to be conducting these activities in residential properties in the county. And so a lot of the materials and a lot of the outreach methods that we normally use to alert the public were not tailored to these types of activities. We have since created these materials, and they are ready for distribution at an earlier time, at an earlier point, to allow as much notification for the residents as possible.
Thank you. Councilor Benavides, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank you as well for being here and addressing the council and the city with regard to this very important matter, and appreciate the role that the Orange County Vector Control plays in protecting public health. I thank the board members here, the general manager, for their leadership in providing that type of protection for our community, the county, and here specifically locally in the city of Santa Ana. I do want to echo some of the comments and concerns that were expressed by my colleague here. Let's ultimately learn from this past situation. I think providing more lead time, providing information to the city and the council ahead of time helps us to be able to prepare our community. I think we learned that there was a lot of angst, a lot of apprehension, a lot of concern and frustration was expressed to us as members of the council, to the city. One, the lead time or the very shortened lead time there, the need to provide communication to those who might not have internet or other forms of online communication or access. And then the other is just information as to the type of fumigation that were to take place. I think there was question as to whether it might be somewhat experimental in its sentiment. You know, I imagine that we would have gotten probably in any city, are we being experimented on, and why us, and why? So I think that ultimately the role and responsibility of vector control to protect public health is being taken very seriously, and you are proactively looking to address that. But again, looking back, let's just learn from this situation and continue to be strong partners moving forward. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. I just wanted, before you leave, Mike, would you want to say any words? I know you and Cecilia, you're on the board. You represent the city of Santa Ana. Thank you, Cecilia, for your good work on that board. And ultimately, we have a job ahead of us, and it's not over, but thank you for listening to us. Thank you for not spraying when you were thinking about spraying, and thank God the weather's a little cooler now, the numbers are down, but this issue's not over, and we understand that.
Not by a long shot. And as much as we intend to give much more warning, we respond to emergency situations, and we don't always have 2 or 3 weeks before we can do something. So we will endeavor to notify everybody as best we can. We learned a lot about how that process works, and we will do a much better job.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you, Supervisor Morlock. With that, I'm now going to call on Councilmember Michelle Martinez. Is the state senator here? I don't see him. I saw somebody that looked like Lou. He's right there. Why don't you stand up and see? Look at that.
New career this today.
See? You could do the presentation, Michelle. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So with that, let's just, we're going to continue. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session, please?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, I do have reportable action. It's kind of a combination from our October 7th meeting as well as today's meeting. We didn't have an opportunity on October 7th to report out. At that earlier meeting, we did have a workers' compensation settlement for Mr. Raul Rivera, and that settlement would be available to any member of the public who were to ask for it. At tonight's meeting, we also had a settlement of a claim in the amount of $6,433.80. That was approved on a 5-0 vote with Polito, Martinez, Benavides, Reyna, and Inesqua voting yes. Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero and Councilmember Sarmiento were absent from that vote. And then we had a reportable action that kind of combines last meeting with some discussion that we also had this evening. It involves a threat of litigation that we received in the form of a letter, a demand letter from the Voice of OC regarding release of the Polito investigation report. The city had previously asserted an investigative exemption to the release of the report. This had been announced by the city in a press release. And at the October 7th meeting, the city council asked me to reach out to the district attorney's office to determine, in light of this threat of litigation from the Voice of OC, whether the district attorney's office or other law enforcement agencies might want to seek a court order against the release of the report. This was a balance of looking at the potential litigation and the potential outcome where the city might be liable for the payment of attorney's fees. In the absence of a protective order, the council asked that the report be released. This action was taken on a vote of 5-1, with Mayor Pro Tem Tina Harrow voting no. That report will be made available to the city clerk's office for release to the public upon request. That's all the reportable action that I have.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn our attention to the consent calendar. And just so folks know, what we're going to do is everybody's going to get a chance to speak. We're going to go by the items that we have. If people want to speak to those items, just make sure you give your form to the clerk. She's going to give them to me. But what I am going to do is, I believe there's an issue that a large group of people are here to hear. And so I'm going to take things out of order at Councilmember Vince Sarmiento's suggestion earlier. I think it's an appropriate thing to do. So, Councilmember, why don't I turn things over to you, and maybe you want to introduce the subject, and then I'll ask the clerk. And what I'm talking about is the homeless shelter and that whole issue. I know there's several people here wishing to address that. Let me turn it over to you at this time, and then I'll bring it back to myself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I put this matter on the calendar for the previous meeting, and it was at the request of many residents, because it's an issue that I know has been addressed by this council before, but I believe needed to have some additional consideration. And I'm talking about the homeless shelter that is being considered for Normandy Avenue in Santa Ana. Just to give some context, I believe this council had taken a vote to adopt a zoned area, approximately 995 acres, for a potential site for a homeless shelter. It was pursuant to Senate Bill number 2 that all cities had to comply with. And when that was adopted, it basically gave direction to the County Board of Supervisors to consider a site within that area for our city, and we were basically making a recommendation for them to consider a potential site within that boundaried zone. One of the things I know that was part of the whole SB2 process was that there was supposed to be outreach made once there was a site selected within that 995-acre area. Once that site was selected, there was supposed to be outreach made to the community, and there was a meeting that was held on July 2nd, and it was a forum that invited residents, stakeholders, business owners, anybody who was interested to comment and opine on that site to be available. That was the only meeting that was formally held, and the outreach was conducted by the county with the assistance of the city. Unfortunately, what happened at that meeting was there was very poor attendance, and one of the reasons why is that what the requirements were for noticing residents and stakeholders in the area were that property owners were going to be given notice electronically, and many of them were, but one thing that failed to happen is that site on Normandy is very near a neighborhood that is called Cornerstone Mini. And Cornerstone Mini has very, very few property owners. There's probably about 99% of the residents there are tenants and renters. Many of them don't have computers. Many don't have access to electronic technology to receive notice. So our staff, with the county's help, tried to notice them, and they received 48 hours notice of that meeting. It was 2 days before a long holiday weekend, and very few people showed up to that meeting. And after that meeting, there was a lot of concern, and there was a lot of opposition to the site once the residents started realizing that the county was going to move forward on selecting that site as the shelter designated area. There was, I think, a meeting held maybe 3 or 4 weeks after that July 2nd meeting. I'm not sure exactly what the date was, and it was held at Kennedy Elementary. About 300 to 400 residents and concerned citizens in the city showed up, and many of them were concerned about just the lack of engagement that they had and lack of opportunity to be heard. So I met with Supervisors Wynn, who Supervisor Wynn represents District 1, where this site is located. I spoke and had a conversation with Chairman Nelson and explained to him that there was a lot of opposition. And we understand that this is a very sensitive issue, and we congratulate and thank the board for considering the adoption and a site selection for a shelter. In fact, we're supportive of that. We believe it's a good thing. We want to see a site that everybody, or at least many of us, can support and pursue. The problem is that because it's such a sensitive issue, public engagement and outreach is critical to the process. And so what I saw lacking here was that public engagement and outreach done to the community. And I think the board's response was, well, you guys already adopted an SB2 zone. That means that you're consenting to any site within that 995-acre boundaried area being fine for a shelter. Well, that's true to a degree, but if we see a site within that area where we have tremendous opposition from residents, stakeholders, and folks in the community that are going to be immediately impacted, then I think we should do additional outreach and find out what is it that's concerning the residents in the area and the impacted neighborhood. It's very close to an elementary school. It's very close to a high school. It's very close to adjacent to many industrial owners, and all those folks were present. And I wanted to bring this back to our council because I believe many of the folks that are adverse to that site there, I don't think they're adverse as we aren't to a shelter, but they're adverse to the site that's been selected. I just think they've unfortunately haven't been heard, they haven't been engaged, their concerns haven't been addressed, and I know that the county could do this as of right. They certainly have the authority to do that. I don't think that would be the intelligent or thoughtful thing to do, because if they realize that there's so much opposition, there's so much concern, it would be to everybody's benefit to have a conversation with that impacted neighborhood, with those concerned residents, so we can help talk about mitigation efforts, talk about the level of concern, and talk about how we can agree whether or not this is a viable site. I know that the county's worked on this for many, many years. We applaud them for the effort. We want to see a shelter designated as well. But had I known that there was going to be that there was going to be such little effort made for engaging the community, I would have never voted for this zone. I just presumed that the county was going to outreach to the community much better, and that's where my disappointment lies, and that's why I wanted to bring this forward and bring this to my colleagues, because I know that staff has given us the option to consider a resolution where we could engage the community more with the county, but I think there's also the opportunity for us to place a moratorium and basically come to a pause and slow this thing down so we could all reconsider this and see if the site is one that is viable. So I wanted to open it up to my colleagues.
Thank you.
As well as the community.
What I'm going to do, please, no applause. If you're for it, you'll get a chance to speak. What I'm going to do is we have about 40 speakers, so I'm just going to call your name and come on down. Try to limit your thoughts to 3 minutes. Yes, Councilor Mesqua.
I just wanted to add one more thing. As many of you might know, I'm a teacher there at Kennedy, which is one of the elementary schools that is close to the proposed shelter. And I have heard from many parents, they're very disappointed with the outreach. Until the school year started, many of them had no idea that this shelter was in the works. And I do believe that outreach needs to be inclusive of everyone, and during the summer when students are not in school, parents just don't have that, when we have parent meetings at our school site, they come and they are informed of what's going on in the community. And until my administrator had her first parent meeting this year, they had no idea that this was happening. So I do think we need to slow the process and have some more collaboration between the school district, the county, and the city in order to move this forward.
Thank you. Robin Cook, come on down, please, followed by John Palacio, followed by Scott Bernard.
Good evening, Council. I got to attend the 2 meetings with Vince and Michelle and Roman and David on a lot of discussion on the homeless shelter. There's is there 2 supervisors here? I heard Sean Nelson.
He left.
Oh, he left. Well, all I wanted to say is the same thing I've always said. Building 16 across the street from the administration building's been empty for over 20 years. I've been told that it has asbestos in it. Well, the county should clean up the asbestos no matter what the building is used for. But it's in a perfect spot for where the homeless currently accumulate. And David had mentioned that maybe getting portable showers and toilets so the people there can better themselves. There's 3 types of homeless. You got the cowboys, of which Roman and I talked about a while back. And then you got the drug users and alcoholics. And then there's another type. I run into them all the time. Most of them are friends of mine and we talk. But some of them don't know me and freak out when I talk to them. But I live in the area, and I think for something to help the homeless, the showers and toilets, maybe converting building number 16 into a shelter. I don't know how much room there is in there, but I'll say that every time I'm up here.
Thank you. John Palacio, followed by Scott Bernard, followed by Gretchen Monroe, I believe it is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager. I'm here as a school board member and also in representation of the Board of Education and the administration at San Unified School District. By now, you should have received a letter from us and that we had sent to the Orange County Board of Supervisors. We want to make sure that's part of the record as well. Let me read a couple of portions of the letter. On August 22nd, our superintendent wrote to the County Board of Supervisors regarding the concerns the district had identified with the county's placement of the homeless shelter located at 1217 East Normandy Place. Though we have not yet received a response, we are compelled to follow up on the issue due to the growing concerns of our parents and the lack of information and coordination we have received from the county on this issue. Parents and community members have voiced their concerns to the school district and staff of the following. 1, the site selection process did not allow them to weigh in the impact to the neighborhoods with regard to safety, congestion, and overcrowding. The community did not receive adequate information on other alternatives that were considered. In addition, the San Unified School District had not had the opportunity to work collaboratively with the county to resolve issues that will ultimately have an impact on our school climate and safe learning environments. In order to address our constituents' concerns, the San Unified School District is in support of the city's adoption of an emergency 45-day moratorium of the city's emergency shelter and transitional housing ordinances in order to provide opportunities for interagency collaboration and community involvement on this issue. We believe that it's critical that the voice of our parents be heard. We want to be part of the solution. We understand the need for these type of facilities and support providing needed transitional housing within Orange County. However, we would like to discuss alternative models that might mitigate some of the concerns, as well as provide improved services that would not have an adverse impact to the traffic, safety, and the overcrowding of students and families in our schools and neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, John. Let me now go to Scott Bernard, followed by Gretchen Monroe, followed by Heather Johnson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Barnard. I'm a property owner of the building that houses structural materials at the corner of Hathaway and McFadden. I've owned it about 5 years. We fixed it up considerably from what it was, and my perspective is going to be as an investor, as a property owner in the area. I don't have kids at the school. I'm sympathetic with all those concerns as well, though. First, on the issue of notice, I don't know how the city of Santa Ana would have my email address anywhere. We never received any notice. We eventually got notified in September from our tenant. With regard to safety, we've all talked about the trucks and the traffic and these sort of things. The issue I would point out specifically about the city's ordinance is that it has one distance as a minimum distance required between the homeless shelter that would be considered of any scale, 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, 200 people. And no matter the scale, it has the same distance, which is inconsistent with any mitigation that it is intended to address. So I think it's a fault in that original ordinance, and I'm not here to say I know that it exists and it's the law and it's there, but I think it's an opportunity for you to really say, well, what should really change in that ordinance is there should be at some scale a CUP, just like if you're going to have a drive-through or anything else, because really when you get above a certain bed count, you really do need to deal with a conditional use permit where there's a hearing and you actually deal with the specific impacts. In terms of community reinvestment, the McFadden has gone through a number of business parks and individual buildings, all the way from the 55, down to this location, Hathaway, where those buildings have been fixed up considerably. But as soon as you introduce a different land use into the mix, and it doesn't have to be just homeless, it could be any type of a different land use, the investors, the lenders are all going to pull back. You're not going to find a homeowner who's going to want to go buy a home or reinvest in a home when there's an industrial building on the street. It queers the entire, you don't have a neighbor with your same objectives and goals. And so we think there's probably other areas, and I'm not an expert at where these, fit well, but it would seem to me that behind an auto mall, next to freeway, next to flood control channel, there are uses that are benign that don't have these sort of conditions that you have with schools, the county building across the street, and industrial users that are there at 4 a.m. with women parking their cars and going in and out of the buildings and so forth. In terms of context, and I'm a little older than I look. I'm 55. But I've been in cities, San Diego, Orange, LA County, Riverside, and I've watched moratoriums, I've watched, recall petitions and all sorts of things. And out of all these things, I'd say this is one of those few instances where something has happened, the people aren't being heard, and there's an opportunity where the county and the city are going to have to work together to solve it, because you just got control of the ordinance, not the land acquisition and the rest of it, but to pull it back together, get a process involved where everybody can participate a little bit more in, and I recognize there's a negotiation on a property sale that goes on, but to get involved where they can understand why it's going where it is, if it's going to be 200 beds, just what are the impacts and where does that really fit? Because right now, clearly with this neighborhood, there's a lot of impacts that aren't seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Scott. Stephen Monroe, I believe, is the next name, followed by Heather Johnson, followed by Alicia Rojas.
Council members, I'm a landowner, property manager, and I've been working in the city of Santa Ana for the last 18 years. And in the last 20 years, I don't know how many schools have been built to meet the demand of a population explosion. But in 1970, I know there were approximately 160,000 people residing in Santa Ana. Today, Santa Ana is the second largest city in the Orange County with a population of 330,000. By building a homeless shelter, all we will do is exacerbate what we already have now. And who loses? The families and business people in the community. So I really want you guys to think about what you're doing and the negative impact that this shelter will have on the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Stephen. Heather, followed by Alicia Rojas, followed by Charlie Consu. Consumas, I believe it is. Please go ahead. Heather?
Thank you. My name is Heather Johnson. I speak on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California's Dignity for All project. The Dignity for All project advocates for social policy changes necessary to prevent and end homelessness, including expanding access to emergency shelter, affordable housing, and permanent supportive housing, and litigates cases to promote governmental accountability and to protect and defend homeless persons' civil and human rights. Before the Santa Ana City Council are two proposals to address neighborhood concerns regarding the location of the proposed emergency shelter and multi-service center at 1217 East Normandy Place. An emergency moratorium, which would prohibit the establishment of new shelters, and a resolution regarding interagency cooperation and community involvement. The ACLU strongly opposes the adoption of the emergency moratorium, both as unlawful and because it would further delay and potentially derail the creation of emergency shelter desperately needed in Santa Ana. Should the council choose to enact such an emergency moratorium, it will violate the city's legal obligations under the state housing element law and the requirements of SB 2, which requires every city to designate areas that may be developed as of right to meet the shelter and housing needs of those experiencing homelessness. The purpose of SB 2 is to ensure that there are areas in every jurisdiction in which shelter and housing can be built irrespective of neighborhood opposition. Because without such a law, many cities would be unwilling or unable to allow any of these needed facilities to be built. The council's alarming decision to revisit its already approved SB 2 zone suggests an unwillingness to comply with the letter and spirit of the law and its commitment to address homelessness. Further, enacting such a moratorium would require the council to find that proposed shelter location presents an imminent threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, a conclusion not supported by the evidence. The city's experience with the Santa Ana Armory and the Salvation Army do not show an increase in crime from those facilities. Any issues that may arise are best addressed through a good neighbor policy that spells out the shelter operator's obligations and ensures that the operator is responsive to neighborhood complaints and concerns. The ACLU urges the council to instead adopt a resolution regarding interagency cooperation and community involvement. Such a resolution would establish a role for community involvement as the emergency shelter is developed, including the creation of a good neighbor policy and a procedure for addressing neighbors' concerns regarding shelter operation. By erecting barriers to the creation of emergency shelter and housing available.
Heather, could you wrap
Last
up soon?
sentence.
Your light is red. Go ahead.
Last sentence. To those experiencing homelessness, the City Council is shirking its responsibility and effectively delegating to local law enforcement and the courts the problem of addressing chronic homelessness within the city, which is counterproductive and costly and creates a risk of systemic violations of homeless persons' civil and human rights. I've submitted a copy of my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. Alicia Rojas, followed by Charlie Consuas, followed by John Morlock.
Good evening, buenas noches. I second everything Heather just said. I'm here to speak in support of the homeless shelter. I am somewhat disillusioned to see item 5AA on the agenda. SB 2 zone was mandated to avoid the pushback and discrimination of the homeless as an emergency shelter. The item cites an opportunity for more research. I'm not sure why that wasn't done last year. Alternative sites could happen, but who can assure us that this will happen? And is the moratorium even legal now that the building is in escrow? You voted for the site, you knew the location, you knew the surrounding. It's the right thing to do is to move forward with this. You are opening the city up for litigation if you do this moratorium. The anti-shelter community group, which I have attended to their open forums, have cited environmental talking points about the location. not being environmental enough to house a shelter, but at the same time, they offer no alternatives. What I did here, the reasons are generalizations, stereotypes of the homeless population, and that is discrimination. Let us improve the site in question by adding a community garden, art therapy, other services that urgently are needed to help lift citizens out of homelessness. Let's also please get a check-in center at the Civic Center so we can start helping the homeless. And last, I was very disappointed to see the lack of decorum from the mayor last meeting regarding the violation of our First Amendment rights of freedom of speech. I'm going to let the UCLA letter address the concerns, and let's hope the council leads to rectify the possible litigation the city is facing for the violation of our rights and the discrimination of our rights. Thank you.
Charlie, followed by John Morlock, followed by James Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. My name is Charlie Cosmas, and I'm the owner of Charlie's Best Burgers on 1st and Grand. I just heard about this meeting. I actually had no notice either. So I just want to give you a little bit of the reality of running a business on 1st and Grand. This is what I go through every day to run my store. And there's, I've checked every day if my bathrooms have been broken into for homeless people, if they took a shower or used drugs in my store. These are not generalizations. Excuse me. This is not being general. I have this all on camera, okay? Okay, I have to check every day. I have to clean urine and fecal matter almost every other day in my store of homeless people, which I also have on camera. I also have to actually tell customers, or not customers, sorry, homeless people every other day to leave my store because they come in and ask food and money from my customers. I think you can imagine you cannot run a business that way. I've had them go, I have a lot of kids that come to my store. I've had a homeless guy ask, actually take the food from the kids, take a cell phone from the kid. I've had a guy grab his private parts talking to 13-year-old little girls, saying, "Hey, baby girl." That's also on camera if you want, because I'm hearing it's a generalization or something like that. I have all this on camera as well. I am pretty much the security on 1st and Grand. With another gentleman named Steve that spoke earlier, we work together to clean basically our corner. We have cleaned 1st and Grand. I don't know if people have noticed, but the problem was huge. Before we got to the store, we've been there for 3 years. I'm going to talk about the kids as well. I work a lot with Villa and Century High School. I support kids that do well in school, and I also support the soccer team of Century. And I've been told by the coaching staff, I've been told by somebody in Villa that they have seen homeless people having sex right during school hours and also taking showers. The solution to it is they put a black curtain now over the fence in Villa so the kids don't see that, but they are still there. So that's the solution. Just to wrap up, I think that this move personally is bad for business and for the kids. I don't wish to, the amount of stress I've had running a store on this corner, I've been shown a knife, I've been in fights with homeless people coming at me with sticks, I've been spat on, and I've been cursed in front of my 9-year-old child. My child has seen this at least 3 times. I don't think my kid needs to see that either, okay? And the other thing I was going to say was it's bad for business. The values are going to go down. I'm not a politician. I'm a burger guy. You know what I mean? I just say how it is to run my store. You know what I mean? But it's bad for business. My lease is up. If they come in and I have to, if the problem becomes 5 times bigger than it already is, I'm out. Because I'm not a security guard. I'm a business owner. And I can take my business somewhere else. And I'm already looking for another store. You know, I just think it's just bad for business. And the last and most important thing I see, the reason why I started helping the kids is because I always say this story, I ran one time, I was driving on 1st Street, and I saw what the kids had to run through. The kids.
Charlie, if you could wrap up, light is
The things
red.
they have to see with the homeless problem, the drug addict problem, it's just not right. And I'm just wondering, what are we waiting for? How are we going to put a homeless shelter right among I don't know, 3,000, 4,000 kids. I just don't see it. I just don't
Thank
see it
you.
right.
Thank you for your testimony, Charlie. Supervisor John Morlock, followed by James Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. It's nice to be in your house. I grew up in Cypress, Buena Park area, and after I graduated from college, I purchased my first home, and it was in Santa Ana. And I've been in your council chambers before, but it was 35 years ago. And the issue was that the Orange County Rescue Mission was being asked to move for redevelopment purposes in downtown Santa Ana. So I think it's kind of interesting that 35 years later I'd be back in your chamber and I've kind of gone full circle. We're here to talk about homelessness again, this time without Louis Whitehead present in the room. I've spent the last 20 years working in Santa Ana. It's been my daytime home, and I've had the pleasure of enjoying the homeless issue in downtown Santa Ana, watching out of my office window, looking at your facilities, and I don't have to go into all the details of defecation and urination and all the rest. I get to live it every day. My first study session as a supervisor was organized by Supervisor Bill Campbell, and it was to begin the process of designing and building a 10-year plan for homelessness. And one of the best models that Supervisor Campbell found was in the city of Phoenix. It was with the St. Vincent de Paul for a multiple service center, and that sort of became our goal, if we could establish something of that nature. And I was honored to be selected to be the first chair of the Commission to End Homelessness, and it's been one of our goals to find a year-round homeless shelter somewhere in the county, but hopefully in 5 areas of the county in all 5 supervisorial districts. So we carefully watched as you went through your SB2 zone vote. We had staff here. We monitored how it was coming along. And so with your approval, I would have hoped for different locations for the SB2 zone, but with your approval, we looked for property. And as you know, real estate transactions are kind of done in closed session. So there was no intent to be surprising anyone. That was just sort of what we are confined with as elected officials. We're in that process. Now, the Commission on Homelessness, I also want to thank David Cavazos for volunteering to serve on that. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm not working with you. I resigned from that committee. But I think we've been trying our best to do what we can with the restrictions and limitations we have. The process was followed to the best as possible for a government agency to do. We're in the middle of our due diligence process. We have key staff here in the room to listen, and we're here to listen. I'm in your house. I'm here to listen. Also, I have 2 thoughts. The homeless have been here, right here. I mean, they're on your lawn, right here, for my entire adult life, being involved with your wonderful city. So we need to do something. So I have 2 recommendations. One is that we work together closely as best we can on the location in Normandy, which is where you gave us an opportunity to do something. The other is, I even hate to broach it, but because this tends to be the issue every time this comes up. It's we've got to do it somewhere, but not here. So somewhere has to be somewhere. So where is here? And I would just sort of request that we have a good dialogue on where here is, Mr. Mayor. Someone mentioned Building 16. Well, we have other plans. I've certainly mentioned the bus shelter to your aggravation a few too many times. But that's where the homeless people are.
Mr. Mayor, just real quickly.
Yes.
Mr. Morlock, I support the bus shelter, if you so move, wanting to look at that site again. I think we should be equitable and look at that site. If it's feasible, we should look at that.
And I just in the interest of time, it's been read for quite some time.
I'm sorry, I'm an elected official.
You
I
are,
apologize.
you are,
Well,
you are.
You
And
gave
you're
me
a
the
supervisor and you're welcome here. But if you could conclude, and then, I'm sure that you're here to listen. There's quite a few more speakers that I'm sure you'll hear from, but you're a very important person, Supervisor Morlock, because you're in the middle of this whole thing. And you care a lot, and you take the time to follow up and work on things. So if you just take another moment to conclude, we would much appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Polito. We want to mainstream people. We want to help people with a hand up, not just a handout. And we do have a facility that we'd be more than happy to purchase in a heartbeat. I would love to have that dialogue, but our goal is to have a homeless shelter somewhere in the county, hopefully all 5 districts. And so thank you for letting me come and let me share, and thank you for your concerns that we both share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. James Brooks, followed by Austin Drissen, followed by Ben Benoff, I believe it is, Benoff. Do we have James Brooks? Please come on down, sir.
Good evening, Council. I think I'm going to forego my...
Speak up and speak right into the mic.
I think I'm going to forego my comments for tonight in the interest of time. I am one of the directors of Mercy House who operates the shelter, but I think this is more of an issue of not when we need the shelters, where, and I don't want to comment on that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Austin, are you here? Come on down, Austin. After that, Ben, and then Patty McDonald.
Mr. Mayor, I would also like to hold my comments, in the same reason as James Brooks.
Got it. Thank you. Ben, are you here? And after Ben, Patty McDonald, then Irma Haudegi.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. If you could just give me 1 minute just to open up a couple things here. Okay, good evening. My name is Ben Benumoff. I'm a shareholder with the law firm of Alvarado Smith. I represent the owners of Safety Co. Supply, also the owners of the 1300 Normandy Properties building directly across from the shelter. I'd like to take a little bit of the emotion out of this and let you know how we see it. I think the big elephant in the room that nobody's talking about tonight is CEQA. And CEQA requires that if there is a project which commits an agency to a definite course of action, then that's a project under CEQA and that needs to be reviewed. A categorical exemption, and in this instance, the county is using a categorical exemption, a very general categorical exemption, not even a specific one. There are 32 of them. They're using the basic categorical exemption that just says there are no significant environmental impacts. And let me explain why that is improper under the California Environmental Quality Act. Categorical exemptions are narrowly construed in order to afford the fullest possible environmental protection within the reasonable scope of the statutory language. They're supposed to apply to projects that have no significant environmental impact. They're not to be expanded or broadened beyond the reasonable scope of the statutory language, and they're supposed to focus very narrowly on the types of projects for which they're designed. Here, we have a categorical exemption for the purchase and sale of a property for a very specific purpose. My client's issue with the county is that their position is that under the City of Irvine v. County of Orange, a 2013 case, that this somehow falls short of a commitment under CEQA, which would then require the environmental review. So the county's looking at this as a two-step process. Number one, a purchase and sale, which obligates them to do nothing under CEQA. Two, We understand that the county may be undergoing some sort of environmental review, but it's too late. Because as Councilman Sarmiento gave a very nice summary, the notice wasn't there. The notice that was given to the community happened on a July 4th weekend. No environmental review has been done, and under the fair argument standard and under guidelines section 15300.2, there are exceptions to categorical exemptions. Number one, here, where there is a reasonable possibility, and reasonable possibility means slight, that the activity will have a significant environmental impact due to unusual circumstances. I think we can all agree, everybody in the room, that this is an unusual circumstance. It doesn't matter that the zoning is there. The zoning merely permits the use upon environmental review. Look at Walmart. Walmart goes into all sorts of communities all over the state. Every time they try to open a new Walmart, they get sued for CEQA, urban blight, greenhouse gas.
Dan, the light just went red. If you could please conclude.
Let me just summarize here. There are CEQA issues that have not been looked at. This categorical exemption is incorrect. And under the zoning ordinance, my last point is that under subsection 8, this is page 5 of 7, under the management and operation plan, I think you have the authority that you need to have some further study, have a 45-day moratorium. I don't think, there may not be an imminent threat to public health or safety, but there's certainly an imminent threat to significant environmental effects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Patty McDonald, are you here? Okay, come on down. You're on your way, and after that, Irma, and then Susana Sandoval.
My name's Patty McDonald, and first of all...
Bring the mic down just a hair, please. Just there you go.
First of all, I met with most of you and seen you. I appreciate you listening to the problems that we have or could encounter. My business is Safety Co Supply. I'm on Normandy Place. I own 2 properties on the street. And my major concern, everything's been said, but I want to just say one thing about the safety in that neighborhood. And I am an advocate of homeless the whole 25 years I've been in Santa Ana. I have worked with the homeless. I've done many, many things, and I'm a big part of that community. And for the safety of people on that street, not only the homeless, my employees, the school children, it's just not a good sight for everybody. And we've worked hard on identifying some other sites, and we hope that we're all able to be part of that solution for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patty. Irma Jauregui, followed by Susana Sandoval, followed by Robin Daig, I believe it is.
Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you. I really want to thank with meeting with everybody individually. Sorry, Angie, couldn't talk to you over the last 2 weeks. You've given us much to think about. Michelle, thank you for your foresight and guidance. David and Ramon, the stories of your situations that developed in your neighborhoods after the shelters were gone, they were informative, and that the issues continue. They're almost identical. And Sal, thank you very much for your input and the request to look for data and be clear and not to go on unfounded opinions. So I've got data, but the data to support our observations. And Miguel, thank you for your support and understanding the big picture. And Vince, you asked me about concerns if there's imminent danger or of that, and there is. What I did is I went on crime mapping, and I have reported data here that I collected from May, and I only took May to the present. And there's a high activity of drug and violence in that community that they're already experiencing, high drug trafficking and gang violence, 3 homicides, several shootings that occupy dwellings, and many more. On the dangerous part, I counted 463, and I've got all of this here, that have the existing community at risk. then the question begs, in hoping to help the hard to serve, because that's the definition, mental illness and drug addiction, not the other populations, bringing them to this location is very clear to us that they will be in danger, in imminent danger. This is clearly not a good location to be targeted by the drug traffickers or crossfires of the, we have rival gangs there. And also it's a pathway for thousands of students. I got the school census, it's close to 7,000 of 6 schools, and I'm missing one, on twice a daily stream. So people that have mental illness or drug addicts, out of desperation, or people do unfortunate things, and the daily stream, twice daily, of child pedestrians provide situations that I don't want to think about. Our schools have done a marvelous job of taking precautionary measures and coordinate with the police in time of these when these outside activities happen, and they protect our students. I'm so impressed. We have a fabulous school board. I'm just so impressed. And so they protect them, and they use actions like lockdowns or lockups, so the regular police can do their jobs, and then the students can continue. I haven't received that data, but parents can testify to that. So that's the effect. So what we're concerned is the effect that this hard-to-serve community with 200 individuals, what will happen? Will they be easy targets even for the drug traffickers or the crime? So the physicality of the location is our concern. Please, let's help the homeless, but there's only 2 entrances of that area. There's either an exit out straight in front of Kennedy or right around the corner on Grand, which is the pathway of about 7,000 students. So in order to make it easier to protect the homeless, we need to not have such a high density of traffic, of pedestrian children traffic, or the areas of danger. So it does make sense to use, at least temporarily, the OCTA building to start a multi-service center, and then later look for long-term solutions, because this is very complex. It's not an easy one, but to start something, I agree with looking at that, Michelle, and so I encourage the moratorium and further extension, because the health of our town is in the architecture of the whole unit. We want our civic centers to be beautiful, our residentials to be beautiful, our commercial and our industrial to thrive. We need a lot of businesses so we don't have homelessness. So thank you. We want a strong workforce, and we want to lower homelessness. And let's start with the OCTA temporarily and have a multi-service center. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Susana, followed by Robin, followed by Jose Rea.
A very good evening. I wish to thank the staff for entering the correspondence and documentation packet we submitted to the City Council on October 6th. So thank you very much. We will also add to the staff's report and recommendations. I will now refer to attachment 2 in the packet, the letter to Sean Nelson from Council Member Sarmiento. I must disagree with the board's selection of the site for the proposed shelter. Unfortunately, the dilemma raised by the proposed site for the shelter is a classic case of the ends not justifying the means. As policymakers, we must always be sensitive to the people we serve and represent. Now I'd like to refer to attachment number 1, letter to Sean Nelson from Superintendent Miller. You should be aware that we do not think that this is a good solution, and there are a number of problems with it. Now a question for you, our council members. Referring to attachment number 10, page 2, this is the SP2 Ordinance Service Provider Stakeholders Meeting, and it is the summary report that was completed. Statement, SP2 zones should be for the most difficult to serve homeless population. So our question is, when you voted for the SP2 zoning ordinance September 2013, were you aware of this? The most difficult to serve homeless population deserve a facility with open space as mandated by the ordinance, indoor and outdoor recreational facilities and or open space. Not sandwiched in a building where there's heavy-duty trucks, machinery, no sidewalks, high-density neighborhoods with significant crime that Irma has presented. Parents, residents, business owners, we are very concerned for safety issues since Kennedy School is a block and a half from the site and 6 more schools are close walking proximity. Our recommendations: adopt a resolution that includes identifying alternative sites and shelter models that can effectively serve the diverse needs of our homeless population. And we do support support the 45-day emergency moratorium and encourage the council to extend beyond the 45-day limitation. We recommend establishing a multi-service center downtown in one of the currently vacant buildings, number 62, or the OCTA, referred to attachment 11, that has the Path Mall that is multi-service, provides very effective services in Los Angeles. And lastly, we want to give recognition to Ms. Michelle Martinez, who had the foresight to vote no on the SB2 zoning September 3rd, 2013, because it is located in a high-density and disadvantaged neighborhoods. We also want to invite you to our next community forum, which will be Tuesday, October 28th at Century High School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Robin's coming down, then followed by Jose Rea, followed by Massimino Marini.
Good evening. My name is Robin Daig, and I'm Vice President of Safety Coast Supply. We are a family-owned business on Normandy Place across the street from the proposed shelter. Our company has been in Santa Ana for nearly 25 years, and we've been at Normandy Place for the last 17. I would like to speak about environmental justice, which is a concept that arose in the 1990s at the federal level. An executive order was signed in 1994 by President Clinton to focus federal attention on the environmental and human health conditions of minority and low-income populations, with the goal of achieving environmental protection for all communities. Environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. It will be achieved when everyone enjoys the same degree of protection from environmental hazards and equal access to the decision-making process to have a healthy environment in which to live, learn, and work. Fair treatment means that no group of people should bear a disproportionate share of the negative environmental consequences resulting from industrial, government, and commercial operations or policies. Meaningful involvement means that people have an opportunity to participate in decisions about activities that may affect their environment, and the public's concerns will be considered in the decision-making process. At the proposed location, environmental justice will not be served for the homeless, the nearby schools, residents, or businesses. Normandy Place is a highly industrial area with heavy traffic, no sidewalks, no green space, or outdoor area. There is only one driveway in and out with no setback on one side of the building. To house 200 people in such a location is an enormous burden to put on an already dense and struggling area. I question if we were to propose opening a business in a 23,000 square foot building with 200 employees, would the city allow it? The residents and businesses closest to the proposed shelter were in no means involved or notified of the shelter planning process. The supervisors have ignored our request for further meetings to consider other locations and models. The proposed shelter at Normandy Place does not have a building or safety plan in place, and the county has not conducted any EIR. The county seems to be in a rush to purchase the building and figure out the details later. If Santa Ana is going to be the first in the county to open an emergency shelter of this kind, let's come up with a suitable plan and location for all stakeholders, not just those that will benefit. Let's do this right the first time. We hope that the City Council will stand up for the community and rethink the SB2 zoning and proposed location. We can do better than this. Please vote yes on the moratorium.
Thank you. Jose, please, Rea, followed by Massimo Marini.
Buenas noches. Let me start by also thanking all of you for finding the time to meet with our group, Community United for Environmental Justice. Through this exercise of democracy, our community has learned a thing or two. We learned that poor communities like the homeless in East Santana are easy prey to politicians and special interests. We learned that we are not treated fairly nor equally. We also learned that our board supervisors, particularly Supervisor Gianni Nguyen, could care less about the city of Santana, our children, our residents, our businesses, our jobs, and our safety. We learned that the city of Santana Council and their staff do not always work on behalf of the residents. Through SB2, the City Council sold our community to the County of Orange for money to hire more police. Like we need more police to harass the homeless and our youth. The county supervisors and city council members protected their homes, families, and schools from the SB2 zone. And you are trying to shove the shelter down our throats. But when our poor communities try to protect our homes, jobs, schools, and children, and protest this injustice, you accuse us of discrimination and being NIMBYs. How do you explain that? The opposition in agenda item, the options in agenda item 85AA poorly address our community concerns, lack of inclusion and representation on the decision-making process and in the selection of the shelter at 1217 East Normandy Place. The City Council and the staff continue with your obsession with gentrifying downtown Santana to attract people from outside of the city. You have no second thoughts placing the children and the homeless at risk. The fighting between gangs from Bishop Manor, Mini Street, Cedar Evergreen, and Lion Streets led to homicides and 3 lockdowns at Madison Elementary just a few days ago. The homeless feel safe in downtown, and they're not going away. They have been here for 30 years, like Supervisor Morlock said. Open Building 16 so they can have bathrooms, take showers, and they can store their belongings. Councilman Sarmiento, I want to personally invite you to the community forum scheduled for next Tuesday, October 28th at Century High School. The purpose is to update the community in interaction with our elected officials since the August 19 forum at Kennedy Elementary. The entire City Council is invited as well. We expect another large turnout. Last but not least, and for the record, I would like to deliver almost 1,200 signatures from community members who oppose the shelter near Kennedy School. Mil gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose, and thank you for your good work on this issue and for what you do in general. Massimo, are you here? Can somebody get him, please? Massimo Marini, if he's unable to get in, I want to make sure he can get in. He can make comments from outside? Or,
yeah, I just wanted to, because of the occupancy standards that we have this evening, my understanding is staff has made provisions for people who are outside to speak.
If he can go to the microphone, let's please allow him to do so. Massimo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, wow. Hey, welcome outside. Okay. So, my name is Massimo. I'm with the Civic Center Roundtable. The Civic Center Roundtable was created for and by homeless people to address our concerns. Now, a lot of them have been sort of brought up. Guys, get out of here. Thank you. All right. So, what I'm not here to do tonight is to really argue among who is poorer. I'm not trying to split between the homeless and the working class. That's not really what we're here to do tonight. But what I do want to say is that on 85AA, page 36, I was quoted in saying that the community was not informed well. Well, that is true, but we're not exactly looking to restart the process. The Civic Center itself is what you should have been informed with. It's been here for 20 years, and people have been around for 15, 20 years, 10 years baking bread. You didn't come out and see your community. We need help out here, and unfortunately, it's come down to this. Now the lowest levels of our society are fighting between each other for our own right to exist. So what we need to do is understand that there are some problems. There are no perfect solutions. It's just going to be messy. But if you want to talk about some of our concerns, as Vector Control already explained, we've got West Nile virus. And when the food bank gave me mosquito wipes, it was too late. Half my population had already been eaten alive by mosquitoes, and now we just learned that we cannot do anything until the end of the year. There are physical assaults, sexual assaults, and self-harm on a daily basis. There are some. Now, the shelter may not be perfect, but it will reduce those dangers for the people that want them. I'm sorry that our system has crashed this hard, but we cannot fight each other at the bottom. I encourage you to move forward with what you have to do and not to have a moratorium. And we've outreached again to the community. We would love to have conversations, but our people are literally suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. I now am going to bring our attention back to the City Council. And I'm going to call on Councilor Ben Sarmiento at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank everybody who came up and spoke, and thank our staff for trying to address, I think, a very, very difficult issue. I think all of us have struggled for many years, as we've heard from our speakers. We know that the homeless issue is something that none of us want to ignore. That's the whole reason why we began this discussion about SB2. We've done this even despite other communities not wanting to address this issue. So it's not that this is a problem that we're trying to skirt as a community. I think all of us want to come up with a solution. Unfortunately, the process has been clumsy. The process has been messy. The process has left people out of engagement. And that, I think, is vital to selecting a site like this that has so many consequences. I think it's very difficult for anybody to say that a community is going to invite a shelter. I think that's an impossibility. There's never going to be an ideal site. Again, I want to thank the supervisor for being here. Mr. Morlock, I know you've worked on this personally, and I know you've devoted much of your personal time and effort to this. I think we're as genuine in our effort to find a solution as you are. I hope you understand that. There's not an ideal site, but there should be an attempt to have a more perfect process. And that's all I think we're trying to say. At least that was my intent in putting this 85AA on the calendar today, is that for us to maybe not restart a dialogue, but maybe we can solve what's before us. If this is a site that can be mitigated, if those folks who are most impacted and are most concerned about this site, if they can have an opportunity to be heard, and for you being here and to listen to them, I know it's something that's going to go a long way. I know you're going to take this back to your colleagues. I know you're going to be able to express what you've heard here today. But I think for those of us who've seen this, it does seem like there's been ignoring of a large segment of people who are going to be impacted. So I just wanted to see how we could draw or come to a consensus where we could pause for a second and see, is this the right site? Is this the ideal way to approach things? And so,
Councilmember, if I may, the clerk just handed me one more slip that she apparently had not seen, because the 8 looked like a 2. So let me just take a moment,
Sure.
if I may, and hear one more speaker, and then we'll continue with your comments. Dora Lopez from Madison Park, are you here? Have her go to the microphone outside then, please, or is that you're coming up, Dora? Come on up. She's inside. Go ahead, please, Dora.
I won't take that personally.
No worries.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Dora Lopez, and I reside in Santa Ana. I speak to you today on behalf of the Community United for Environmental Justice. Our concern about the proposed homeless shelter at 1217 East Normandy have yet to be heard in a manner befitting the importance of this effort. Our community is waiting on this council's action to demand that the County Board of Supervisors stop the escrow process at the site. We deserve proper representation. We want a due process and for our rights to be respected. That's why we are in support of a moratorium on the project that will allow residents and businesses affected by the proposed shelter to participate in the process of recommending alternative locations and better shelter models. Millions in taxpayer dollars are being spent by the Orange County Board of Supervisors on the building in question. A bad location constitutes a broken model from the start. A plan to aid the homeless is absolutely what our community leaders should be doing, but it should be a real plan that helps the homeless, not put them in harm's way. A plan to house 200 of what we are told are the county's hardest to place homeless residents close to an elementary school should receive high level of scrutiny. A plan to aid the homeless should also consider the best interest of Santa Ana residents, school children, and businesses. To paint these concerns as a knee-jerk, not in my backyard reaction, does a disservice to all involved in this campaign. As for the advocates of this shelter, the nonprofits, the church groups, and homeless service providers, I say, this is nothing less than we deserve as Santa Ana residents, and nothing less than you yourself would demand if such a project were proposed in your neighborhoods. To date, we have not been able to get any members of the Board of Supervisors to meet with the community. Ask yourselves if that should be an acceptable behavior from the county officials to its constituents. What I can say with 100% confidence is that the project is not acceptable to the businesses, the residents, or the school board. However, I can promise that the Community for Environmental Justice wants to work with the council, the Board of Supervisors, and homeless advocates to come up with real solutions. The by right to do something does not make it right. Let's work together and put something we can be proud of.
Thank you, Dora. Thank you. There's actually one other speaker that the clerk just handed me, Jose Solorio, member of the Board of Trustees here in Santa Ana. Please come forward, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'll be brief because it's been a long night for you all. I want to thank Councilmember Sarmiento for putting this on the agenda. I also want to thank Supervisor Morlock for being here, and I know there's a big community gathering next week on this issue. I would invite you as well, in addition to the other supervisors. I would just say here, to the extent we could slow this down, look at this option and others, I think that would be a wise move. I know in Northern County at first, the county was looking at a site in Fullerton, and that didn't work out after council conversations, community conversations, and a superior idea came up. They're now looking at a facility that both would benefit the cities of Fullerton and Anaheim, and so sometimes we slow things down, analyze, and we could come up with better options. Also, I'm very concerned about CEQA as well. I do think this site may or may not be the best for the children, the homeless, the business owners, especially with all the large trucks. So again, I thank Councilmember Sarmiento and the council for looking at this, and please do slow this down. Please listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here and for your comments. Now let me bring it back to Councilmember Ben Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now that you've interrupted my thought, I don't know where I was, so I hope
Well,
I
I'm
don't.
sorry,
I hope I don't
clerk
repeat
interrupted
myself,
my
but,
thought. I'm
I
sorry.
apologize, but I did want to say, I want to thank on behalf of the Santa Ana Unified School Board. I know we have a school board member, Palacio, here, but I did receive a letter from the board president, from Audrey Noji, and also a letter from Congresswoman Sanchez, urging us to try to find a solution. And I think they're all, well-intended, as Trustee Solorio just mentioned. I think all of us want to do the right thing. I think this is such an important decision that I do feel it necessary that we do take some time just to sit down with each other. It should be an interagency decision. Again, I think somebody had mentioned that we knew where this site was located, and as the supervisor mentioned, these real estate transactions don't allow them to disclose where the site is, so we didn't know that, didn't know where the specific site was located till midsummer. I think it was in July, if I'm not mistaken, or June. So this wasn't something that we somehow had disclosed to us early on in the process. It was fairly late because the board of supervisors were bound not to disclose that until that date. So it's been a relatively short time that we've been able to discuss this specific site. And again, we approved a zoned area that's close to 995 acres. That's a lot of land, and that's a lot of area. And to not know what the specific issues or concerns would be with one site within that entire area is very difficult to do. So I know that the board is maybe frustrated by us dealing with this and maybe bringing it back after we've approved a zone. But again, if we thought that there was going to be sufficient notice and sufficient engagement and outreach, then maybe this is a moot point. But I think we've lacked so much in that effort. I, Mr. Mayor, would move to support both of staff's recommendations tonight to adopt a resolution that would require or request interagency communication and coordination throughout the process of not only selecting an operator and a vendor to run the shelter, but also to adopt a 45-day emergency moratorium, just so we could take some time to pause and reflect and see how we could work with our counterparts across the street, but also to engage the homeless community that's been very, I think, left out of this decision-making process, and to engage the folks that live closest to that Normandy site. So
I'd like to second that motion and bring it back to council, see if there's more council discussion.
I
Yes.
just have, oh, go ahead.
Councilor Amezcua, or do you?
I just have a quick question. Now, would the moratorium allow us the 45 days to slow the process down? Is that all we need to slow the process down, or is there anything else that we can do just to have some more interagency collaboration?
Go ahead.
I'll defer to Madam City Attorney, but my understanding is that, again, the Board of Supervisors has almost complete authority on this. They could preempt whatever decision we make here tonight and move forward on this decision, even if we were to adopt. And we're not adopting anything tonight. We're simply giving direction to staff to see if they could support findings for a 45-day moratorium. That's my understanding, Madam City Attorney.
There is common law that suggests that a county, because a county is an arm of the state, and the state can preempt local government's land use authority, there is a suggestion that if the county were using this for a public service that's within the jurisdiction of the county, they basically can come into your community, and they don't necessarily have to comply with your ordinances and your zoning codes. They must comply with CEQA, and they must, as pursuant to their own staff report, comply with the National Environmental Protection Act, because they're going to use some federal funding for the acquisition of this project. Staff presented for you in its report tonight, and also an additional item, which was to continue to sit down and talk with the county. So if you were to pursue a 45-day moratorium on the zoning, what that would really do is it would be a moratorium on the entire ordinance, so it would not only apply to this site, but it would apply to other sites, perhaps sites that were not going to be purchased or operated by the county. So it's an option. It would be mostly symbolic. And I think staff has also told you that you'd have to make the findings. And if the direction to staff is to go try to make those, we can prepare them for you.
Thank you.
Now, Councilor Michelle Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Supervisor Morlock for being here today. You know, the comments that I'm going to say right now are probably not going to be very favorable to our staff. Just, Mr. City Manager, you weren't here at the time, but when we were in the discussions and Mr. Morlock asked if we can look at the OCTA bus shelter at possibly becoming, you know, a homeless shelter, there was a letter written immediately to the Board of Supervisors indicating that that was not a very good site to put a homeless shelter there, and it was excluded. When we talk about fairness, about equity, shame on the city of Santa Ana for excluding that site. We should have included that site and done our due diligence and given us the opportunity and the community the opportunity to review that specific site to see if it was fit for a homeless shelter. But we did not do that. We sent a letter immediately saying that we had land use jurisdiction over this and zoning, and it wasn't included. So shame on us, because the process is flawed, and it's unfortunate. We all have to do our homework. And I researched this, and I went back to reading that letter. And I indicated and I talked about that letter, not only at the public safety meeting, but at our development meeting as well, when this issue occurred. And I said, for the record, that I supported Mr. Morlock in moving in that direction. Unfortunately, staff decided, this current staff is no longer here. 2 of them are no longer here. But they made a decision without including this council. And I think this is why we're in this position here today. And it's unfortunate, because the community deserves to have an open and transparent process. So what I'm going to be asking is for us to include this site selection and get within these 45 days, let's take a look to see if it's feasible. I know the Board of Supervisors are ready to buy that property. They have been willing and able to do so for over a year. And we put we told them, stop, go find something else. So I'm hoping that here today, we're going to include this, and I'll be supportive of this. I know it's symbolic in nature, but to look at this specific site selection, include it so that we're fair and that we're balanced and we do our due diligence when we're reviewing all sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call on Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero for a brief comment, and then I'm going to call on Senator Lou Correa, who also apparently want to speak on this issue. So I'll call you up in a moment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. Regardless of where we're at and why we're here, the truth is that we do have a homeless issue here in the city of Santa Ana. And traditionally, electeds, cities have not had either they have not gone through the proper steps to create responsible shelters for the homeless that give them services. At the same time, sometimes as a community, quite frankly, we look at the homeless as people, we focus specifically on the people that cause the harm. And that is something that continues to a certain degree stigmatize our less fortunate in our community. As a community, I think we have a responsibility to, if your area of the city is not selected for this type of housing or these types of services, that you work with vigor to find a place, that you don't just walk away and say, well, they decided to go somewhere else. Because the truth is that these individuals at one time had a home. These individuals at one time had a place that they called their own. And for individuals who are homeless, who have lost it, who have lost that home, who have lost that place where they could care for their children and keep them safe, it is very difficult. You have individuals with mental illness that are there as well that need services. And I always find it fascinating that when you have individuals with mental illness who are not treated and then they commit a crime, that we're surprised that that occurred. And so I'm just saying this to our community. I'm going to stand with my colleague Vince Sarmiento because it's his district and because I do believe that we created a sunshine ordinance here in the city of Santa Ana that was going to outreach to our community and was going to be responsible about that. There was a breakdown in communication in the way that we approached it, and what we should have shared with the county supervisors is how we do business here in the city of Santa Ana. We've worked very hard to have that transparency. But what I'm asking for is, in these 45 days, I don't want there to be arguments about, what happened in the past or who did what. What I want is a solution to a very serious problem in our downtown and in our community. And as we do have homeless people, some are children, and we need to find a place for them to be so that they can have a place where they can at least rest their heads knowing that they're safe and receive some tutoring and some services that they need. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Before we take more speakers from the council, we have one more from the audience. Our State Senator Lou Correa, please.
Mr. Lou Correa, you had a stunt double here earlier. You had a stunt double, a guy that looked just like you.
You've met him before. He's over there in the crowd.
I'm the good twin. Ese es el evil twin. First of all, I want to thank the City Council for addressing this most important issue. And Mr. Morlock, thank you very much for being a spokesperson on, again, very important issue. And Karen Roper, God bless you, lady. You're always on the right side of these issues. I want to start out by saying that I've, in Sacramento, been working on the issue of mental illness for a number of years, a dozen years now. I actually sit on the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission, the Prop 63 Commission in Sacramento, and also a member of the newly formed Mental Health Caucus in Sacramento. So I've been around this issue for quite a while, and probably you don't remember this, folks, but when I was sitting on the County Board of Supervisors, the city of Santa Ana decided that the way they were going to stop the homeless from gathering, converging in the central civic area was they were going to cite and prohibit those religious vans that would park in that area. They were going to stop them from feeding the homeless. And I told the city of Santa Ana over my dead body. Because in my opinion, you do not stop feeding the homeless as a way of getting rid of the homeless. What happens when you have hungry homeless? Well, you care to answer anybody that question? It's pretty obvious what'll happen, and it's not a good outcome. I met with the community a few days ago, and I told them, don't say not in our backyard, but rather work together to find a solution. And I support the council today in coming up with a solution, a 45-day moratorium. Mr. Morlock, we're asking essentially for a moment to pull back, let the community express their perspective, their views, and their concerns. And I have to say, some of the speakers, they came up here and spoke about mental illness and the threats. As all of you know, some of you may know, because I've said it before, my wife got attacked on the Santa Ana River about 1.5 years ago. It wasn't a homeless person that attacked her, okay? It was another criminal that attacked her, but it was not the homeless that attacked her. Yet the first thing that people would ask us was, which homeless person did it? There's a lot of stigma out there, folks, and it is time for our society to move beyond the stigma that the homeless have and understand these folks have mental illness, substance abuse issues, and a lot of them are also our veterans and parts of our families. So we cannot say no, but rather we have to stop and say, how do we fix this problem? And finally, let me say, the city of Santa Ana is the seat of county government, federal, state, and county government, and with that title comes responsibility. So again, Mr. Morlock, take the message back, pull back a little bit, let's talk about this issue, address the issues of the community, but move forward with a solution. I conclude by saying I support your measures before you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anybody that's not had a chance to comment? Councilor Benavides, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the members of the public that came to address us on this issue, both advocates and those that have care and concern, have been actively involved in serving those members of our community that are homeless, the members of the neighborhoods, the surrounding neighborhoods. I want to thank you also for the steps that you've taken to organize, come together. I want to thank you, Supervisor Morlock, for your leadership and taking the time to come and address us, address the council, but more specifically to address the community and to hear the concerns. And I want to thank your staff as well, Karen Roper. We've had a number of conversations around this very important issue, and frankly, it's not an easy one. It's not a black and white issue. It's not. There isn't a clear-cut, dry answer. It's one that is somewhat messy. Frankly, and it's a sensitive issue. But one thing that I think everyone can agree on is that status quo is not working. We do have issues. We do have concerns. We do have members of our community that are very vulnerable, who are homeless. And I think any of us, if we were to ever find ourselves in that situation, would want somebody to take a pause and to consider our situation and to give us that hand up. I think that's what we're trying to do here today. That's what we would hope that our government would do, that the community would do for us if we would find ourselves in that situation. And so we're trying to address this situation and trying to find a solution. I agree with the members of the council here who are recommending that we do take added measures to hear more directly from the residents, from the business community. We saw today that clearly the Board of Supervisors is interested in hearing from the community on those questions, those concerns, and let's see what we can do to be able to find a solution that most of us maybe can agree upon. I think we would be living in an idealistic situation or world if we thought that everybody's going to 100% come together and agree on one solution, but I think we can take steps to address concerns and to reach a place where we can overall feel better about how we're moving forward. So with that, I'll be supporting the measure or the recommendation, the motion on the table, and I want to continue to just make mention to the members of the community that any solutions or meetings that you're interested in having, this is something that I am looking forward to being able to bring to resolution and to address this very serious concern. Thank you.
Thank you. One final comment, I believe, Councilor Mezcua.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Morlock for being here with us tonight. And I just want to say that I think all of us here have the best intentions and are committed to addressing the needs of our homeless. However, I do feel that I will also be supporting both motions on the floor because it doesn't hurt to slow the process down, sit back, listen to the community, what their concerns are, and then move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Roman Reina, please.
Sure. I'm going to keep mine brief, as echoing a lot of what my colleagues have mentioned, but a very difficult situation, a very difficult, challenging that presents ourselves. At the same time, in some components, you really got to look at this and admire that democracy works when people are involved, when they're able to share their voices and their concerns of what they like and when they dislike. And when you have so many of the community members coming to the government hall, to the feet of government and sharing their concerns, and to some aspect, we have to applaud that because that's a democratic process. That is what our foundation of our country is. Part of the challenge, though, was that line of communication just wasn't as effective, as efficient that it could have, should have been. And because of that, I'll be moving forward and supporting this in hopes that we truly find a solution. Because the homeless situation is a horrible situation for the people that are exposed to that and that live within that. We truly need to roll up our sleeves and find a solution to this complicated issue. Pointing a blind eye and a deaf ear to the situation is not going to resolve it. We truly need to have all the stakeholders at the table to find the best practices of how do we move forward collectively. So I'll be supporting this as well.
Thank you. And with that, let me make final comment, then I'll call for the question. When I see Community United for Environmental Justice, when I see Susana Sandoval or Jose Rea, I see a lot of folks that I believe were left out of a process, and that is just wrong. That is just wrong. So I am in favor of not only of this 45-day continuance, but of the necessity, I believe, to balance compassion, because we have to have compassion, but also sensitivity to the community. And we just haven't had that. And I agree that, we don't need to sit back and point fingers. We are where we are. But on a go-forward basis, we need lots of communication. And that might mean that the solution gets more complicated, not simpler. But if that be the case, so be it. We need to involve everybody that has a role, that has an opinion, that has an impact, that is going to be a part of, I believe, a solution, but also maybe drive us in a different direction. Another thing I'd like for us to just consider, since we're taking a moment to pause, is that the first district also includes the cities of Garden Grove and Westminster. And I don't know why we're not pretending that they exist. They do exist. And as we look at sites, and I know, 45 days is going to go really quickly, but we ought to take a moment and say, why were they not included in any of the discussion? And maybe there should be at this point, because we are the first district. We are the first district, and this is not only a Santa Ana issue. When Supervisor Morlock talked about, we have to look at the 5 districts, I'm sure within those 5 districts, they're not just taking one city and saying, out of the 5th district, we're going to select Mission Viejo, and it's got to be only in Mission Viejo. They're not going to do that. They're going to look at the entire district. We ought to do the same thing. And we ought to do it in such a fashion that we work with the Larry Hayneses of the world from Mercy House, who's here on the front row, somebody that's been involved in this battle for decades, literally, done so much to help so many people. There are experts. This is a complicated issue. I invited a group of homeless up to the mayor's office recently to talk to them, and it's really difficult to help them. I asked several of them, where are you from? They're from all over the place. They're all suffering. They're all hurting. And I asked them, why are you here? And they basically said, because we can get food, which is a good thing. But they also said, because we're safe at night. It's well lit. We have a good relationship with the police department, and they don't have many other options. These are people that we have to figure out how to help them, because they're not here because they want to be here. They're here because it's the best solution they have, given their very difficult lives that they have to lead. And you know, a couple, I said, well, you know, maybe we can get you in the Mercy House, and this goes to the mental illness issue, but some are not well enough to go into a regular shelter. You know, they just are not mentally stable. So we have to work with the county. Not one solution fits all. Some of these folks have drug addictions, others have mental illnesses, others are normal people struggling just down on their luck in a bad place and time. And so, yes, we have to balance compassion with sensitivity for our community. And I'm, you know, committed and pledged to do that. I just know that Supervisor Morlock, we are speaking before the meeting. Unfortunately, sir, you're going to leave in about 60 days. And so I hope there's another champion on that Board of Supervisors to take up the issue, because I know it's something that's been very close to your heart, and we appreciate your efforts, and we're going to keep this momentum going and hopefully come up with a good solution. I also want to thank Councilmember Vince Sarmiento, because it is in his district, but I think he's not only put this on the agenda, but done meetings, written letters, and I know is going to be active during these next 45 days, as we should all be very active. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now I'm going to call on Councilmember Michelle Martinez.
I've been waiting for a long time to be called here, right?
And you will, and you'll get to talk. There's a lot of people.
It's not the time for you guys to talk and put something in motion. There's a time for that after public comments. I've been waiting for a long time.
We're still in early presentations. I'm sorry. Michelle, why don't you go ahead?
I'm expecting my name to be called right now.
Good evening. If I could please have Senator Correa please join me. And I don't really need these talking points. I've known Senator Correa for a very long time. And we're here today really to honor Senator Correa for his public service. Senator, and I want to call him Lou, because he's a great friend, but Senator Correa, started off his career as a state assembly member in a very contentious race. Not once, but twice. And then he went off to the Board of Supervisors and served a little bit of time with Supervisor Morlock. And then he's our current senator. And I have to tell you, I've known Lou for over about 12 years. And when I started getting involved in politics, the excitement was one from him and Congresswoman Sanchez. And I'll tell you, when I first campaigned for Senator Correa, I was, attending college, and he had folks coming to speak at Santa Ana College, about his candidacy. And, I really didn't know much about politics, didn't have much interest, but he captured my attention. One, because he's from Orange County, but he's as local as you can get, born and raised in Anaheim, went to all the local schools, went to Cal State Fullerton. He kept his family here in Orange County. He now lives in the great city of Santa Ana. But I have to tell you that regardless of how many years he served in public office, Senator Correa has always cared about our community. And he's always fought the good fight in Sacramento. And I'll tell you that it hasn't been an easy one. And I think there's a story that many of us know about Senator Correa when he first got elected, and they asked him to take a couple of votes, and he said he wasn't in favor of them because they weren't really meeting the needs of his constituency. And guess what happened? Put him in a basement, took all his positions, his chair positions, didn't give him any positions, but he stood his ground. And that's what I've always respected about Senator Correa. And, I know whoever takes his seat in the 34th Senate District, it is my hope that they will champion not only, the city of Santa Ana, but the other cities in the district. And another thing that when redevelopment was up in the air and there were some very controversial votes about taking redevelopment away from 500 plus cities, Senator Correa stood his ground and voted no to take away redevelopment and to support cities like Santa Ana. And so I personally, Senator Correa, want to thank you for always standing your ground. Yeah, I know it hasn't been an easy one in Sacramento, but you've done it for us. And it is my hope that this is not the end of your career, that this is that in a couple years you will continue to wanting to serve in public service, because I believe that you're a great public servant, and it's an honor really to recognize you here today on behalf of the mayor and city council and all the residents in the city of Santa Ana. And I know you would like to say a couple words. Senator Correa.
Thank you very much for those kind words, and I have to say that it's been an honor and a privilege to represent all of you in Sacramento. I actually represent right now 1.4 million people in Sacramento. That's half of Orange County, and I just love service and love serving each and every one of you on a day-to-day basis. Let me begin by saying I'm excited to see all the activism here tonight of all these folks coming to express their views on an issue that's important to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. I hope it's just the start, and that you continue to be active on issues that affect you and touch your communities. Ma'am, you talked about a couple of votes I took, but I'll tell you, in elected office, I think the most exhilarating thing you can do is go against the tide, so to speak, go against Governor Brown once in a while, and there's a price to be paid. But I'll tell you, the benefits of knowing that you stood with your constituents, I think, makes it all worthwhile. I've got about 6 weeks left, and then I'll be back to who you knew, which was Lou Who. And that's okay. My wife says it's about time. But I will tell you that I also have good news for a lot of you here, and that is I'm culminating my career with Governor Brown for giving me and signing a bill that I've been working on for 16 years, and that's the creation of the Santa Ana River Conservancy. And so that is now law, and hopefully we'll get the funding, and you will see a beautiful parkway running through central Orange County, central Santa Ana, a 120-mile long river of life. And that's what we want here in central Orange County. I had this plaque given to me by the council a number of years ago, and I proudly displayed it in Sacramento. I was only the caretaker for this plaque, so I'd like to return it to you and the council today. It's a City of Santa Ana plaque. I displayed it with honor. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. And in conclusion, I'd like to say I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue to live in Central Orange County, and I'll continue to work with folks to make sure that citizens are heard loudly and clearly. Muchas gracias y nos vemos.
So I'm going to ask you guys to give him another round of applause for all his years of service. Please just stand up. So as they're giving hugs, Senator Correa, there's a lot of whereases, so I won't go into it because we still have a full agenda. But Senator Correa is constantly striving to better the quality of life of all community members and a strong passion for ensuring the affordability of higher education for all Californians. So now, therefore, I, Miguel Polito, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize Senator Lou Correa for his service to the Santa Ana community and for his years of service in the California State Legislature.
Another day.
It all goes quick. Look at your kids. How big are they now? Yeah, but how big is Diego? How tall is Diego? Diego. Not Adrian. Say hi to him. Madam Clerk, I'm now going to direct our attention to the consent calendar. And I have people here that have cards that want to speak on items. But I'm first going to ask, does anybody want to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor, I have a couple items.
All right, we'll go from right to left. So
Okay.
let's start with Councilwoman Martinez. Go ahead, please.
25E,
Okay, 25E,
25AA,
25AA,
25 double B,
25 double B,
25 double F,
25 double F,
25 double J,
25 double J,
and 25 double K.
25 double K.
That's it.
Okay, now Councilmember Vince Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm simply going to read off 3 agenda items that I will be abstaining on.
All right, why don't you do that at this time, please?
That's 25HH, 31A, and 31AA, and the 3 of those based upon economic interest.
So with that, let me go to the left. Any items people want to pull? Councilmember Amezcua?
They've been covered.
They've been covered. Councilmember Reyna, please.
If you can come right back to me, there is one.
All right, I'll come back to you. Councilmember Benavides, please.
Just wanted to confirm 25 double J, was that already?
25 double J was already pulled by Councilmember Martinez. Well, when we get to it, we'll continue it then. Councilmember Reyna?
25 JJ?
Yeah, that one is already been pulled and apparently is going to be continued. So we're good with that. I'm just going to, Mayor Pro Tem isn't here, but he'll be back, right? He didn't leave or anything. So look, I'm just going to assume he has well, here he is. Why don't we wait a moment, please? Councilmember, any items you need to abstain on or pull? All right, so Mayor Pro Tem has no such items. So with that, let me entertain a motion on the balance of the calendar, please.
So moved.
Do I have a second on the balance?
Second.
I have a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Those in favor,
Mayor,
please.
question.
Yes,
for
go ahead.
clarification. Did you indicate that there were speakers that wanted to address items on the
Yes,
on
and
consent?
let me, Madam Clerk, I only have one on the regular calendar, and that is item 25B and 25H. So why don't I take that speaker first, and thank you for that comment, even though they're not items that we talked about pulling. But Delia Selgin, I believe it is, please come forward, sir, and just if you can pull that microphone up. I understand you want to talk on item 25B and 25H. Please go ahead, sir.
Mayor Pulido and respectable members of City Santa Ana Council, my name is Ilya Tseglin. I would like
Hold on just a second, please. Could folks in the back just go out into the foyer, please? Thank you. And that way everybody else can hear what the gentleman is saying. Please go ahead, and let's start the time again, Madam Clerk. Please go ahead.
I would like to address item 25H regarding legal counsel services in regard of the police, social services, fire department, emergency, and rest of the Santa Ana public offices. In education, training, and respect to justice and law, regardless to public entity or just a regular citizen. For example, my son Nate was had severe reaction to medication. On October 13, I called 911 to assist Nate with medical help. The medical assistant was declined on the basis that somebody from regional center and vendor told that he is on the funding of state. He is a board of the state. It's not true. He is not a board of the state. We are his parents and has a legal papers custody over him. So I am as a descendant of Holocaust survivors. My family survived Holocaust, survived communism, and came to this country. How can I imagine that a person can be denied of medical help on the basis that he is a board of the state? The ambulance and fire department denied to deliver my son to emergency room because he is the owner of NOM, Mr. Peña, who is a vendor of Orange County Regional Center, falsely represented my son as a board of the state. The captain from fire department and ambulance were rude and disrespectful to us and requested to leave our son in pain. The same were police officer. I presented him with legal papers to prove my conservatorship. He read my papers and claimed that they are not valid, declining medical help. I presented on the next day the same paper to another police officer who did not know about a situation from the past. And he told me that my papers are valid. We have to focus on educating public offices that would not happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we have a motion before us on the consent calendar with a maker and a second. Let's just vote. It's on the balance of the consent calendar. Let's go ahead and vote on that if we may. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So now let's take the single letters first, and then we'll go to the double letters, if that's okay. 25E, I believe, was the first one. I believe that was Councilor Martinez.
Yes, very briefly, Mayor. I just have a quick question on this. As we move forward, I understand why we have this program, and I'm excited that this management plan is in place for the fat oil and grease. And I understand that our city staff does not do the work. We actually hire consultants to do the actual inspections. But my question is that we're asking to approve a certain amount here today to help with training as it pertains to getting regards to data and inspections. So my question is, are we paying for the training for the consultant, or are we paying training for our staff to do this work?
Thank you. According to the response we got from the Public Works Director and the review of the materials, it's for training workshops for the staff and our inspectors.
So our personal staff and inspectors, so my question is that why do we hire consultants then to do this work if we're going to be training our own staff? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Expand on that question.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is my third week. I'm going to do the best I can in answering the questions here. The services for inspection and monitoring and training were turned over to a consulting company apparently a few years ago. And these services basically continue to be done by this consulting company. They do the inspection.
So my question is, Mr. Public Works Director, are we going to be using this $300,000, because it says it's for training, are we going to be using this money to help train the consultants to do this work? That's my question. Or is it our personal staff that we're going to be training to do these inspections?
The consultant will do the full service. They will do the inspection, and they will also provide the report necessary for oversight agencies. Our staff would be monitoring their work. I was informed that the part of the training that we do when we know about the oversight requirement, we provide those training to the consulting company.
Thank you, that was the
To
only
make sure-
question great, thank
Sorry
you, I
about
appreciate it, not a problem, thank you.
With that, are you willing to make a
I move with
motion?
the item, yes.
Okay, there's a motion, there's a motion, a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now, Madam Clerk, we're going to take the double lettered items, so let's start with 25AA.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just wanted to also some more clarification, and I certainly read the report, but my question as it pertains to this, if Ms. Halusa, if you can come up here, and I think it's very important as we move forward with a lot of the stuff that we're approving here and why I pulled, because your department has certainly needed plenty of assistance to expedite and help streamline the process to help many developers move forward. In particular, this item is the EIR process, wanting to expedite and putting a preliminary pre-qualified list of firms to help us do that work. And so my question is that when you have a whole list of, I think it's about 18 to 20 of here, my question is this: how will they be selected for what project?
Sure. The list of environmental consultants you see here are both full-service firms as well as specialty firms. So occasionally there will become the need for a noise study or only a traffic impact study or a parking study. And in those cases, then we will send letter requests for proposals giving the specifications of the analysis that we need to have performed to those specialty firms. They will then provide us back their proposal, and we will select from among those. When it's for a larger environmental impact report or larger analysis, we'll do the same thing. And then we do work in consultation with the applicant to make sure that the firm that's being selected does best suit their needs. But we do send out another small RFP to get several proposals.
Great. I just think that's important as well, that when a developer comes in, I want to make sure as well that we make sure that it's the right consultant to work with the developer so that we move the process along. My other question is too, will we be recovering these costs from the developers? Because what we're approving here today is over $1.5 million for over the next 3 years. I think it's innovative, it's creative. I want to thank you for moving us in this direction. I think we needed to do so long ago, and so I want to thank you for your foresight and putting us here. But I do have those questions, because it is a lot of money, $1.5 million, and just wanting to make sure that we will recover our costs.
Yeah, and just so that you can be assured, this $1.5 million is not actually an expenditure of the city at this time. It's really just a holding account. So we will not spend any money unless we get money in from a developer to pay for these services. So we're not in any way obligated to pay any of this money to any consultants right now. This just establishes a fund where we can then rest the money, comes in from the developer, and then pay that out to the consultant. We're not obligated right now to spend any money.
Great, thank you. I'll move the item.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? If not, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 25BB, Councilor
And it's
Martinez, please.
the same kind of questions, Director Hulusi, so you probably don't have to get up. My only question here, in regards to 25BB, I'm just wanting to make sure that as we move forward, and I know that there's a lot of development under its way and why we're hiring and wanting to get an architecture to look at urban design, but I'm wanting to make sure that as we move forward and working with developers and us hiring, that we're able to work together. What I don't want to happen is that we create these silos, and I think it's extremely important that, that whoever we hire is really, at the end of the day, going to be able to give its best, its best experience and expertise and provide it to the city so that we can make the best decisions as possible as we move forward with these developments. With that being said, I'll move the item.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or thoughts? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 25F as in Frank, double F. I believe it's also Councilor Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I just wanted to state this for the record. Ms. Halusa, this is here, what we're doing here is the general plan circulation update. You're asking for us, as we move forward, to, move forward with $33,000 to really finish the circulation element. I know it's been long overdue. I expected, for us to have the circulation element this year before us to approve. Unfortunately, that is not happening, and I know today that you're asking us to give more money to the consultant, to wrap up some information. But my question is that why are we giving them up to 1 year? I think they've been working on this process for 4+ years. I don't believe that they need up to a year to finish this. I think this needs to come before us as soon as possible. I know we're updating other parts of the general plan, but this is something that we decided to update a couple years ago for the reasons of the streetcar. The streetcar now has surpassed the circulation element, and it was supposed to work and sync together, and now the circulation element possibly will not come to us into February or March. And so I have concerns as it pertains to us up to a year, allowing for these consultants to finish the plan here. And so I'm just hoping that the time frame should be much lower, within 6 months, not a year. And so if you can just please let us know why we put up to 1 year. And I certainly know that with the contractual obligations it's always up to 1 year, but I'm wanting to know how long will it take for this to get done and come before the council for approval.
Sure. The additional work that we're being requested to have funded here, and the timeline is not being driven by the consultant, it's actually being driven by the response to comments portion of the environmental review, where we received requests for additional environmental analysis, which was outside of the scope of the original contract. And so that's why we're coming back for the additional request for funding. The time, as you said, is also not being driven by the consultant. It isn't a delay, and we do not expect that it will take a year. And as you said, we do expect to be back before you in probably April. So.
Great.
Do you want to lessen the length possibly? 9 months?
It's about 6 months that she's talking about, that it will come before us. So I'm okay with the 6 months, them coming before us by April.
All right. So we have a motion?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I believe the next item is at 25JJ. And Ms. City Manager, you're requesting an extent or a continuance on this?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, we had some additional questions, and we're asking for a continuance. And it is
How long? How many days?
November 18th.
Till the next council meeting, okay. So we have a motion,
So moved.
we have a motion and a second. Councilman Benavia, the second by Martinez. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. 25KK.
Mayor, just very quickly, I do support this item, but I think it's important for the audience and the folks at home to be aware of what we're doing, and wanting to thank the city manager and its staff. We're now moving into an interactive voice response system where folks will be able to call in and will be able, really to go to the right folks. I know there are a lot of times where people are trying to make calls, and they're either going to the city attorney's office or somewhere else, and they're trying to, really, give the calls to the appropriate staff members. So now we're moving in this direction, and so I just want to thank our staff so that we're become more effective and efficient. I think we're moving in the right direction, and so I hope I support this project.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Those, any comments? If not, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So now I want to turn our attention to item 55A. And Madam Clerk, do we have speakers on this item? 2 speakers. Pedro Magallon, please come forward. And I believe also we have Rick Niedermeyer also wanting to speak on this. So Pedro, let you go first, and then Rick, I'll call you right after that.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I remember the first time I was here, I was 15 years old, speaking on behalf of my community, and I'm here again to do the same. On this item, I would like to see if you guys could consider giving us an opportunity to speak, for you guys to listen to us and hear how you guys can spend this money, because we've been prolonging the upgrades on Centennial number 4 for quite a while now. And again, I was just informed about this today, that all these changes was going to be, and how the money was going to be distributed. We don't think $50,000 is going to be enough to bring that field up to standards. I do approve, and I'm here to support, and you know, I've always supported all you guys. I like the fact that a lot of people came to speak today. When I came here the first time, very little. I think the meeting took about 45 minutes and we were out of here. But I would like for you guys to really reconsider how much money you guys are going to spend on Dan Young number 4, because it's not in the shape that you guys think it is. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rick, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members, and Mr. City Manager and City Attorney. I'm going to add a little validity, have a little fun with this. I'm here to speak on 55A, but I was invited to speak on 55A today, and as I walked up, there were TV cameras and out in the front, and there was a crowd of people, and as the crowd moved away, I thought I was at a Halloween costume party because there were people out there in masks and stuff like that, and I just thought it was kind of silly that they were talking about the police department. So I just thought that was kind of ironic. The police department does do a really good job and protects my kids in my soccer program as well as the citizens of Santa Ana. But I'm here to speak of the $200,000 that you found for the sports scholarship program and the allocation of it. As Pedro just mentioned, the $50,000 will cover about 20 square feet of the field. It will not take care of the field. It's over 13 years old, had an 8-year warranty. It was the first one as indicated in here. It was glued together. They've done patch as much as they can, but it just needs to be replaced. And those fields run around $500,000. Now, number 2 was put in 8 years ago, and that's where the adults use, and they use a lot bigger people, a lot more time on it. That field is as bad as number 4 is. And if you haven't been out there, please stop by, take a look at it. The park attendants, field FAs they call them, fill out reports every night on the holes, the damage. It's really bad. We need to look at that and maybe look at this money that we found and find a different way to use it or allocate more money. This is, as Mr. Polito said many, many years ago, it's a soccer complex or an athletic complex, so there are football goals there that we can use 24/7. Well, if we keep going the way we are, we'll be using it 5 hours a day, 1 day a week. It's really, really bad, guys. It's a safety issue for our kids as well as for the adults. They were also talking about, along the same lines, you've allocated, or you want to allocate $100,000 to the sports, basketball, football, baseball, soccer, tennis, and after-school programs for the city sports programs. I think you really need to look at that. I think this program is nothing more, if the way it's setting right now, it's a babysitting service. What value are the Park and Rec going to provide these kids? There's no instruction. In most of the leagues, we have certified instructors who teach the kids how to play soccer, how to play baseball, tennis, whatever the case may be, whatever sport. Right now, if it goes back to the rec centers, I believe seriously it's going to be just a babysitting service. And there's other avenues for that. We have in my program certified instructors that teach the kids. We have to go to class to teach these kids how to play. We do background checks on our volunteers. I mentioned this all many, many other times, but we really need to look at this. Are we providing a babysitting service, or are we providing a service for the community? And the way it's set up right now, it looks like a babysitting service. Thank you.
Rick, thank you for your questions, and Pedro Maguillon as well. Gerardo, I know you're here. May you want to address some of the issues that were brought up, please?
Yeah, one of the questions was how can $50,000 pay for the replacement of the synthetic turf on Field 4, because it is close to $500,000. For years now, the warranty lapsed 3 years ago, and we've been working on doing patches. It was our first synthetic field. We now have 4 in the city. And we've been saving in lieu park money, and so we have the money, and $50,000 will get us the money to go out to bid and get a new carpet, new synthetic turf.
So we're like at $450,000, and that'll
That's
be
right.
the missing gap?
Correct. And so we've been working on this for a while, because it's not like we magically will be able to get a $50,000 field turf for a soccer field. That's not reality. And part of the discussion at the Prairie Council Committee in July 28th, if some of the monies goes to park deferred maintenance for the biggest benefit for youth sports, it was easy for me to recommend this project because the youth soccer community has been waiting for a long time to replace the turf on Field 4. It's an exclusive field for youth soccer, and with this $50,000, we will be able to replace the synthetic turf.
Do you want to address the other issue about the scholarship program, the $200,000, and the different ways it can be used?
So this council did, I think, a very good thing when you supported the 5-year strategic plan and you added a significant amount of resources to expand the city youth sports program. So we had boys and girls basketball. That was about 600 kids altogether, and now there's going to be over 2,000 kids in baseball, in flag football, and even in tennis. And so we're...
Don't say even in tennis.
Well, I mean, just to show as a city government, there is a great deal of pride in supporting diversity in sport.
Thank you.
And diversity in sport is very important. And so I believe part of the reason why the Prairie Council Committee that made the suggestion is that we're expanding a great deal these sports in a lot of families, and there are a lot of families that have more than one child. And even though the price is pretty good with regards to when you have 4 children that want to be part of flag football and baseball or basketball, it's very, very hard on a family. And so that was part of the logic. And so the whole idea was this is just a 1 year to study how we are. In the meantime, the other half will go for park deferred maintenance to help with youth sports in particular.
Thank you. Any more questions? Please, Councilor Martinez.
Thank you. When we first brought this issue up in the 5-year strategic plan, it was one of my ideas is to bring a scholarship program, but the intent was never to provide scholarships for our youth programs because we also allocated over $500,000 into our youth sports programs. And so the initial intent, and when we approved, was to ask the Prairie Committee to really look at the guidelines of how we would distribute these funds, and it was not specifically to a nonprofit, but how we would be able to distribute these funds to families that wanted to play in Pop Warner football, they wanted to play in a higher level of tennis, that wanted to do cheerleading, they wanted to do other sports that nonprofits actually, that this is what they do in our community, whether it be Santa Ana Pony, you name it. A lot of these kids can't afford because it's not the $18 that they're paying in the city because our prices are very reasonable, and I certainly agree that when you do have a family of 4, it does add up. But when you're talking about I'll give an example of cheerleading at Pop Warner for a young girl to play, it's, to participate, it's $300-$400. Even to participate as a, football is $400 or $500, and soccer $250, $300. And, that was the intent is that, kids at the lower level that are playing within our city and its sports program, it's a place for them to really get to learn and how to play sports. But there are also other levels where many of our kids, they want to play at that level, they want to play at that competitive level, but their parents can't afford it. And so that was one of the reasons why I thought that it was important for us to create a youth scholarship program, or saying we want to keep kids out of gangs and so forth and out of trouble. That would be one way, and that's why I suggested it. It wasn't my suggestion to go ahead and just give the money to a nonprofit. I know we're not in that business, but at the end of the day, we also need to make sure that we reach all kids. And there are a lot of kids that want to play those sports. And so, the intent, when we approve this, was that. It wasn't to give money to deferred maintenance or to give the monies, to our youth scholarship program for our own sports programs here within the city. And so, if my colleagues decide to move forward with it, I'm okay, but I won't be able to support that because when we approved the 5-year strategic plan, we gave specific direction. We didn't ask for the Prairie Committee to change how the money was going to be given. It was to set guidelines of how we were going to actually give the money to those families to participate in those sports that are a higher level than the city. So those are my comments, Mayor, and we're here now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Councilman Reyna, please.
You know, I'm a product of our Parks and Recs programs, and learned a lot of great skills at a lot of different levels that helped me keep my time occupied in a positive environment and not succumb to the bad temptations in our community. And so on that aspect, I definitely like the direction we're moving into and what we're doing. I do share some of the concerns that my colleague has. And in the past, our CDBG funds were specifically targeted for those nonprofits, for those additional resources to be able to have that particular impact. I think we started to work specifically on our CDBG funding to move in that direction. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's exactly what we're doing with our CDBG funds.
Yes, Councilman Reyna and members of the City Council. Actually, I was going to put that in my comments at the end, but that's an important fact. The open allocation process is ongoing, and it closes in the first week in November, November 14th, but we do encourage nonprofits to apply for these kinds of funds, and there's $340,000 available.
Sure. And thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You know, and when we talk about our recreational programs, I think the first word is recreational. It's to have fun, joy, leisure. It's not competitive. It's to give a foundation, so if they choose to be competitive, they have a foundation at different levels. Some of the costs that are out there are astronomical, $300, $400, $500 for one individual to play a sport. That $500 could affect 15 of our kids in our community through our programs. I believe we're moving in the right direction. I think this is the biggest bang for our buck in our community, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Additional comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, please, Councilmember Vin Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question for our director, Mr. Moet. The $450 that you're referring to that we already have, is that from the surcharge?
No. That the surcharge was the adult soccer surcharge, and that money is still there. And we have, if you recall, have this discussion about having the Godinez football field be synthetic turf there in partnership, because it's a joint use field, in partnership with the school district. No, this is in lieu money. In lieu money, park fee in lieu money is available for deferred maintenance, and we have accumulated it, and it's there, it's identified for this project.
I understand. It's an exaction or an excise on the developments that we have in the city.
That's right.
Understood. There are two different pots of money. And the reason why I ask is that when this council adopted the strategic plan, this $200,000 didn't say it's miscellaneous monies that were going to be used for deferred maintenance. It, I think, had a specific line item entry and description that said scholarships. And so I don't recall there being deferred maintenance. So I'm just a little confused, because I think the committee, in its very good intent to say we want to also address some issues with the Dan Young soccer field, I get that maybe they're trying to slice the $200,000 up, but that really wasn't the direction that we gave initially. So I see this as maybe an issue that might have been addressed in some other part of the strategic plan, where we did have monies allocated for improvements to different parks and different other places that we need deferred maintenance on. $100,000 for scholarships is half of what the allocation was when we first voted on this in the strategic plan. To me, again, my thought was that these monies were going to go to help students that were low income, that couldn't afford to be in a Pop Warner, Little League, a tennis academy, whatever program there is out there, because we have so many of those students that don't economically qualify for those. They don't have the funds available to them, and I even thought $200,000 was a little low, given how many students, how many kids we have at that age level. So I thought this was one way that we were going to be able to address that need for the first time. And to see this come back now and to see it severed in half, and the other half going to, again, much needed deferred maintenance, surprises me. I always try to defer to committee recommendations because I think they've had an opportunity to vet this and consider this more in depth than those of us here on the dais because they specifically had this issue to deal with. But look, it just is surprising to me because, again, I thought we were clear on the direction that we gave during the strategic plan adoption. And so I don't know how we argue with saying the need is not as important, that we can address some of the needs that we have for our low-income families. So I am not supportive of this because it goes against what the direction was when I first voted on the strategic plan.
Let's have more discussion on this. Councilor Benavides and then Councilor Arena.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the Parks, Recreation, Education, Youth Committee for taking the time to look at the funds that had been set aside in the strategic plan and for coming forward with a recommendation that I think is a sound one before the council. When we did address this item at the strategic plan and at the adoption of the strategic plan, the reason that I was able to support it is because this was going to be reviewed by council before actually making the expenditures. And essentially, there are a lot of needs throughout the city, a lot of needs, whether it be with our youth, adults, and neighborhoods, you name it. And yes, there are a lot of families and young people who would like to play sports, maybe in some of the private leagues, private programs. And if we had an abundant amount of money, it would be great. If we had a foundation where we had millions of dollars set aside and we wanted to be able to provide scholarships to those private programs and leagues, that would be great. The City of Santa Ana is not a foundation. Our role and responsibility is to provide programs, recreation programs, safety, public just amenities to our community, and to provide adequate fields for our kids and families to be able to enjoy. So with that, I'm going to be supporting the item. In fact, I'd like to make the motion, move this item. I think that it's, again, a sound way of allocating and using resources. We're going to be able to scholarship, provide more kids opportunity to play in our programs, and we're going to fix some of our fields out there. Makes sense for me. That's a business that the city should be addressing. And so with that, again, I'm going to be making the motion to support this item.
All right, Councilor Arena, please.
For a long time, during the budget cuts, our Parks and Rec programs took a lot of hits, took a lot of cuts. A lot of our youth sports programs were cutting, and we only ended up with basketball. A lot of our maintenance ended up being deferred maintenance. So a lot of our facilities at this point in time need repair. They've been going absent without repair for many years now. As we've invested so much into our regular Parks and Rec programs, those kids need to play someplace that's in a safe environment, conducive for them to enjoy themselves and to have a leisure time. So if the fields are not conducive, they need maintenance. They need to be able to fix those things. This is why it's important to go along with the scholarship program, because I believe it goes hand in hand. You can't put in X amount of money with kids and have them play on a facility that's not conducive for them to play that particular sport. So maintenance, I think, goes hand in hand. And the numbers that we're talking about right now, we're talking about potentially $100,000. One of the numbers, the highest number I heard was $500 per sport. 500 divided by 100,000 is 200 kids that we would be impacting. Out of a school district that has 57,000, we would be affecting 200. If we spent that 100,000 in our Parks and Rec program, we would be able to affect over 3,000 kids. How is it that we not move in that direction? How is that not serving our kids and our community with the resources that they need to be successful? I think this is the best direction for us to go into. I second the motion. Thank you. And that wasn't on the speaker.
Mayor Pro Tem Tina Hetto, please.
I think that one of the things that's happening now is that we're able to bring back after-school programs that we didn't have. And one of the things that the PRAY committee really did look at is they crunched the numbers and to see what was the best way for us to use the funds and to meet the needs of more kids. And so that's the reason I think it's brought up here. I think there's going to be more students that are going to be benefiting by bringing back these programs. One of the things that is still, we discussed as well, is back when we were kids, and we have to bring back education, we have to bring back our after-school programs, back to the days that we benefited from them. Our school district still does not play sports between junior high schools anymore. I can't tell you how important that was for a young man or a young woman back in the day. It brought it brought people together, there was camaraderie, and it created an element of pride in the school. I mean, kids would go out and watch the games. It was a big deal. And to not put value in that and not to put money behind that, there's more to education than just learning in the classroom. You learn outside the classroom too. And I think the skills that everyone here wants to see students have something to do. When we have an obesity issue in our city, the more that we can help, the better. Mr. Reyna talked about, I call it, what did we talked about, what do I call it, the introduction league, what do you call it? The recreational league. And the recreational league is a great place for students who have never played a sport to get their feet wet and understand what kind of sport they're actually going to like or enjoy. So I mean, that was really what it came down to, was that at the end of the day, could we defend the money that we are spending to reach the largest amount of students? And we have been a council that has had to cut since 2006. We've become really good, City Manager, on how to cut. But I think it's time for us to become better at how to spend as well. And so that's something that we did in that committee. So if I'm ready for a vote.
I'm ready for a vote.
I don't know if...
All right, any other comment? If not, I have a comment. Councilor Mescua?
I just want to say that I'm part of the Pray Committee as well, and like Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero mentioned, we were looking at how we're going to get more bang for our buck, and we've deferred the maintenance of our fields for far too long, and I think, if we don't have fields for the kids to play on, that's a big issue there. So that's what we were looking at, and that's why we decided to split the monies this way. And I will also be supporting the motion.
All right, let me make a comment here, and then we'll vote and we'll continue with our meeting. I think when the City Council had the whole discussion about the strategic plan and a holistic vision and effort, when it came to this area, I think we found a niche that was well articulated by Councilmember Sarmiento, and that is that there are some kids, and I agree, this is not enough money. If we had 10 times more money, it wouldn't be enough money. But that we could develop a mechanism where we could reach out to kids that may right now are falling through the cracks. And, when you have tens of thousands of kids in so much need, you start doing the math, and no matter what you do, it's very limited. However, what I think we have to do at this time is stick to the original vision, come back to the city manager in the budget in the next year and saying we need millions of dollars, not 100,000 or 200,000. We really need millions of dollars in our parks and recs and our deferred maintenance and our after-school programs and youth and all that. I mean, parks and recs have been defunded for a long time out of necessity, just out of necessity. But now as the budget is back, as the numbers are getting stronger, I think we ought not have so much debate over 100,000 here, 200,000 there. I think the debate should be much bigger. And I know I've heard the city managers say, look, we can take what new monies are accruing in the city. We've already come up to the level where our reserves are solid, and let's take those additional dollars and basically divide them across the board. So much to public safety, so much to parks and recs. And I think that's the real discussion that we ought to have. So for today, and I know I might be on the losing side, but I think the right thing to do is to stick to the original plan, and then hopefully we'll have this discussion again in the not too distant future. So with that, I respect my colleagues and their views and opinions. I think this is a very healthy and fair discussion. I just think fair minds and approaches can differ on this one. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. No.
Those opposed, no. So we have 2 or 3 in opposition. And Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Two in opposition.
Two in opposition.
No, well, I'm opposing.
Oh, you're opposing, okay.
All right, so 3 in opposition, 4 in favor. So let's go on to the next item with that discussion. And I know we'll have it again in the future, and I think it's a healthy discussion. So with that, Madam Clerk, where are we now? 55 double A, this single A and double A, because of the 2 meetings, it's more items. But anyways,
Move the item, Mayor.
do we have any speaker on that item, Madam Clerk? Okay, so we have a motion, well, that was 55 double A now, so we have a motion. This is an extension of variance to allow construction of a new commercial building on 2702 North Bristol. We have a motion on that? And do we have a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be
Yes.
abstaining on that matter as well.
Which one is that? 55?
That's 55 double A. 2 5s and 2 A's.
Out of
I
an
just
abundance
want to
of caution.
remind council members to state the nature of the economic conflict for the record, so the city clerk can know.
You know, I'm not sure where this is located, but my understanding is it's on North Bristol, and we do have a I have
Memory Lane in
property
Bristol,
that's owned in that, so.
Memory
Hold
Lane
on,
in
go
Bristol.
ahead.
I just want to clear, it's Memory Lane in Bristol. There's...
It's
so-
North Bristol.
I'll retract my abstention and vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for
Councilman.
that, Councilor Benavides. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 55BB, double B. I would entertain a motion. This is resolution establishing fees and appropriation adjustment, recognizing jail
Motion to
program
approve.
revenue.
Move the item.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries 6-0. 55 double C, this adopt a resolution approving the sewer system management plan update. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. 55 DD, abandonment, number 1401S, to similarly vacate Custer Street.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion approved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. 55 double E, resolution supporting California Proposition 1. This is the water quality supply. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. 55 double F. I'm going to be abstaining on this item. My family owns a property at 401 East First Street, and out of an abundance of caution, I'm not going to vote, so I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Saltina Hero at this time.
As am I, Madam City Attorney, I'll be abstaining on that because of an economic interest as well.
And I will be a no vote as well, because this is renewing, and last year, I was not able to vote on this item as well.
Madam City Attorney, I believe we need one more.
One more.
Correct?
Yes, you've
So-
lost your quorum.
Yeah.
So you can either postpone this item to see if you can get one more member of your council.
Here it comes. Here comes Roman to save the day. Just like Mighty Mouse, look at you. Okay, so we don't have a motion, but can we have a motion and a second for the purposes of discussion?
Motion with a comment.
And do we have a second? I'll second it, go ahead.
Thank you,
Councilman
Pro Tem.
Benavides.
My only comment is that a year ago, currently we have essentially 2 associations in the downtown. We've allocated funds to both. That's a decision we made a year ago. Comments were made a year ago by myself, I believe other members of the council as well. The best way to be able to maximize the impact is when we're able to have the business community work together. So I am going to be supporting this item, but I do want to stress the fact that the more that we can do to bring these associations to work together, to collaborate, to maximize and leverage the funds so that they're being used jointly, it's in the best interest of our city, of our downtown, I think those businesses as well. So I just wanted to stress that. And I don't know if there's actually any steps that have been taken towards that. I believe at one point, City Manager, you made comment on that, so if you can bring us up to speed on that,
Thank
would be
you,
helpful.
Councilman Benavides, member of City Council. Yes, we've had some joint initiatives. We have hired a downtown liaison who's working very closely with both agencies. We reviewed their scopes of work and their agendas, and they've met the conditions to recommend approval going forward. The contract does end in a year or two, and at that time, we will evaluate the situation. At the end of the day, we hope that possibly one organization, either unified or a version thereof, would help lead and coordinate downtown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments?
Call a vote. We're ready to vote.
We're ready to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Can we have the others come on back? And could you ask them to start another cup of coffee or a little coffee cup, because it's still going to be a long night. As they walk up,
55 GG.
we're going to go to item, I believe it's 55 GG. Is there a motion or a second?
A motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I'll pass it over to our mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have a motion and a second. Is that on GG?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Any comment? If not, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed. Motion carries. I would now, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on the next item? This is now the time and place to call to order a matter that was continued on the September 16th council meeting. And it's basically the Harbor Boulevard mixed-use transit corridor specific plan. We've already had a presentation, so let me just open up the public hearing, hear some speakers, and then we'll bring it back to council for questions and more discussion. So I'm now going to formally open up the public hearing and reopen it and ask Steve McGuigan to speak, followed by Lynette Guzman, followed by Peter Katz.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. As you know, I'm the president of Riverview West. A lot of the where the harbor plan is going to be lands within that area. I had the opportunity to sit on the working board, which was the street design board, where we talked about a lot of the bike lanes and the pedestrian traffic and some of the frontage and what some of that might look like. And I'm excited, both as president of the organization, as a pedestrian, and as a bicyclist, to see some of the opportunities that are coming out of this working group. There was one item of concern that I think you should be aware of. From the neighborhood association standpoint, right now, Harbor is a 6-lane highway. One of the things, based on an email I got from Melanie McCann yesterday, is that you will be asked to open discussions with OCTA regarding taking a couple of those lanes and making it a 4-lane highway with some shared lanes. They would be bus and bicycle shared lanes. All of your traffic counts to date have been done with a 6-lane highway. In addition, the discussion about squeezing the roadway and making it somewhat smaller, making it a 4-lane with shared lanes, is going to force some of the traffic off of Harbor through the neighborhoods onto streets like New Hope and Fairview, which are already heavily impacted. But the bigger part of our problem is that a lot of that traffic is going to be routed through some of the neighborhoods, possibly. So we feel that you should come back to the neighborhood and have a discussion of that. This is something that was brand new that came out of the working group that was not shared with the neighborhood as recently as our last neighborhood meeting, which was only a couple weeks ago, where Vince Fregoso was able to come out and discuss the harbor plan with the neighbors. As I said, this was not part of the discussion and something that was not contemplated at that time. This is brand new information that is coming, sort of trickling through the neighborhoods. I'm the only one in my neighborhood, other than the people I've told, that has actually heard this, that this might be a change coming to the harbor specific plan. So you should be aware that this discussion happened after the last revision that you saw. And as recently as today, I went online and looked at the draft plan. And the draft plan, when it talks about Harbor Boulevard, does specify a 6-lane highway. So when you do have those discussions with OCTA, I think it's important you come back to the neighborhood, have those discussions with us. But by and large, we're excited at the possibilities that could be coming from there. The other item that I wanted to mention was specifically having to do with the 10-story buildings. We heard Karen Haluza say at the previous presentation that the reason we were looking at 6- and 7-story buildings is because they looked at something bigger and it went back to the community, and the community said no. It would be great if you didn't substitute your judgment for the judgment of the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Lynette Guzman, followed by Peter Katz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I stand here in solidarity with the people who are all wearing their white shirts signifying peace, and they've all left the chambers because the public comments window wasn't opened in the beginning of the meeting. And a lot of our youth who are here have homework and have to go home now because of their homework, and they have school early tomorrow. So I do stand in solidarity with the people who have left the room, and we hope that some of them are able to come back. But I am also here for a few other reasons. Including the Harbor Corridor. One of our youth, her name is Maribel, she's part of the Bike It Santa Ana campaign at KidWorks, and she was here 2 weeks ago to make her public comments on an agenda item that was not spoken on because the meeting was canceled. So she wanted to share her story and how relevant it is to the Harbor Corridor project. So I'll go ahead and let you know what she wanted to say. My name is Maribel, and I'm part of Bike It Santa Ana at KidWorks. I have been a youth leader at Bike It Santa Ana for 3 years now, and it is funny how I'm advocating for more bike lanes in my community when about 3 weeks ago my dad was hit by a driver riding his bike down Harbor and Warner. He was biking to work to Huntington Beach and biking on the sidewalk because he did not feel safe riding next to the cars. A car came out of the driveway and hit my dad. The car's impact led my dad into the street onto incoming traffic, but he was lucky enough to not get hit by any cars going by. Unfortunately, the driver had no compassion for my dad. My dad has been in pain from his left leg since then, and he cannot take time off from work. We ask that the City Council takes into consideration that people need access to safe, protected bike lanes. This is important because what happened to my dad should not happen to other people. I encourage the city to work closely with community organizations, including KidWorks, and other agencies, including OCTA, to implement a project that will provide bicyclists safe, protected bike lanes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peter Katz, followed by Gilad Salman.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I tend to agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this piece of land on Harbor Boulevard is way too valuable just for housing. Just take a look at our neighbors next door, Garden Grove. We need uncapped that 6-story height limit. I mean, some of the hotels, the Great Wolf Project that's coming into Garden Grove, a 600-room hotel. When Garden Grove started their development of Harbor Boulevard, there were 3 hotels bringing in $900,000. Today, there are 12 hotels bringing in $16 million. This provides revenue for 1/3 of their budget. And when the Great Wolf Project is completed, it will increase to $26 million by 2017. On top of that, they joined with Anaheim for a tourist information district tax of $1 on the bed tax, which provides additional revenues to advertise their corridor. So that provides money for landscaping and beautification of the boulevard. So I just think that other things can be put over there, including a mini convention center, smaller than the Anaheim Convention Center, to attract businesses that have conferences here, quality restaurants, museums. Garden Grove is building a Vietnam War museum. Although museums don't bring in a lot of revenue, they bring ancillary dollars, such as tourists staying longer in hotels and spending money in restaurants and in quality shops. We can build a Latin History Museum on Harbor Boulevard. To date, there's no such museum anywhere in the United States. Tourist retail, small theaters, novelty shops, and along with that, residents work for the people that work in those hotels. If the hotels provide some type of residential component to their projects, their employees can live and work in a hotel without taking their cars outside the garage. So, and in order to expedite that, we have a streetcar that's going to connect to Disneyland. So I'm looking for what the big problem I see on that Harbor Corridor right now is from Edinger to the 22 freeway takes more than 30 minutes during the rush hour each way in the morning. So that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Peter. They're well taken. Gilad, followed by David Villanueva.
Good evening. My name is Gilad Salmon. As you know, I'm running for City Council, and I'm running because there are certain issues that keep coming up that you're not addressing. And one of those is this Harbor Corridor plan has in it just an option for buffered bike lanes. And just so that you know what that is, that means that instead of a painted bike lane, we're going to add some little notch marks on the side of it. it's time that we recognize that you've heard a personal story tonight. It's time we recognize that a lot of our residents bike, not because they just want to stay healthy and it's a form of sport, but because it's how they get to work. It's how I get to work because we're part of a single car household, and we're the fourth or fifth, depending on which years you look at, densest city in America. And we have no bike lanes, we have no protected bike lanes. And so instead of putting in a buffered bike lane on Harbor, I hope that you all really look at putting in a cycle track, which would mean that the bicyclists actually get some protection from the cars that are on those roads. So that's number one. It's incredibly important. It's not about bike lanes, it's not about pavement, it's not about paint, it's not about buffers, it's about people who are on their vehicles, on their bikes, trying to get to work. And we need to do a better job of protecting those people. The second thing is that earlier today there was 40 speakers who came out today to speak to you about the homeless shelter. And you heard the main thing that came out of that, and a lot of what you all talked about with that was that people were excluded from the process. And the city and around the Harbor Corridor Plan actually went out and gauged support from the community about the building heights. And they responded. They were engaged in that process, and they mentioned a 6 to 7 story building height. And so I hope that you honor those residents who engaged in that process, because it's incredibly important that we continue to have their engagement in these issues, and that we take them into consideration, and that we don't just replace them with our own wishes for certain projects. So again, I hope you look at a cycle track for Harbor instead of just painting some notches next to a normal bike lane. And I also hope that you really consider listening to the residents about the building heights in those areas. The compromise that the staff is recommending around maybe elevating those heights in one of the transit nodes, I think is fair, but you should really consider those two issues. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Villanueva, please. Is David here? Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Glad I got to talk at least. There is an order. Yeah, I got no public council. First, you start once you begin the public comments, you have to continue it, and then you make your motions, and then you can continue with your own meetings, right? So I'm here to talk about the mixed harbor corridor plan. First and primarily, it brings me great shame to return to Santa Ana and see outside what goes on. This is how we respond to our residents, having them get searched outside for a public meeting. Is this Santa Ana? This is my city. I go to my universities and I tell them I'm from Santa Ana. I say that proudly, but having to come back and see that, I was gonna bring my mother, to come see if she could support me, She couldn't make it, but this kind of makes me happy that she didn't make it, What about your mother, getting searched outside? So first I want to talk about the mixed harbor corridor plan. I know you guys are going to get it in motion, and right now as a community organizer, you guys have our support to put this in motion, to go past it, start construction, all that stuff. But I've been to the businesses, I've been to all of them, and I've talked to them, and a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people back off when they see construction. But what I say is, in the agreements that we went to, is that it's fine to have a minimum construction in the streets as far as bike lanes, as far as something eco green for what the project was meant for, But what a lot of people that didn't like was getting removed to make space for new businesses, That's a stab in the back for Santa Ana. Remove our current businesses that have been here for 10, 20, 25, 30 years to make way for new people to come in and start making their hotels or whatever, So first I want to bring in 3 points. Number one, in the agreement that we've made, that I've gone around to with these businesses, one is that we want in the next following a couple of months during this process, we want to see some regulation at least from applicants that want to apply for new zoning areas. That's a must. We need to regulate who wants to come into Santa Ana and start a hotel. That's the first part. The second part, the most important part, is that we deserve to give our businesses that have been here for a long time, bringing in money for the city. We deserve for them to get a spot in this place primarily. If there's any spots open that you're gonna do with construction, I believe that businesses in the area deserve priority to stay before new applicants come in. That's number 2. And number 3, I know you're gonna make it eco green, and that's the whole point. So if you're gonna make it eco green, put parks. Why have a bike lane without parks? Why have bike lanes with more restaurants and a huge hotel? That's kind of contradiction to the whole project, isn't it? Also with the lowering of the speed limit. So that 3 points that I want to give out to you guys. I hope you guys have seen it. I hope you guys continue to work with the community on this. I know Mayor, Roman and Reina, you're going up for mayor. I hope in the future you get to communicate more in depth with the community.
Thank you. So now I'm going to close the public hearing. Marina, that was 75A, not, okay, right now. Marina Ramirez, are you here? Please come forward.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm just here to representing Santa Ana Active Streets Coalition to support the amended harbor corridor plan. I remember when they had presented it to the Planning Commission, there were a few issues that we wanted to address, and we're very thankful that the city, wanted us to open up the dialogue. Very grateful to Melanie and Zed and Corey for opening up that dialogue. So we just wanted to support this amended plan, and also to support this plan because it considers opportunity for long-term improvements and to explore better usage of the road, calls for an open dialogue with OCTA. So we are more than happy to support if the council could recommend for the city to open up a dialogue with OCTA for future road improvements. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I have no other speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it to council for consideration. Okay, there's a motion. Is there discussion?
I'll second.
I'll second. Okay, I'd like to bring a couple motions for discussion. One is I would like for us to consider some type of a limit on the number of units out there. Right now we're talking about 4,000 apartments, and I think if we aren't careful, it's just all going to fill up with apartments absolutely everywhere. What I would suggest would be a friendly amendment to the motion that approves it, but basically says maybe some type of a limit, like 2,000 apartments, and then at that point in the future, it could come back to a city council, and we get there and we can say, do we want to continue just building more apartments out on Harbor or not? Because right now the worst case scenario at all just is a bunch of apartments. The other is on the height limitation. I know that there are some meetings out with the community, but there's a lot of community that can't make it out to these meetings. And as I go out there and talk to folks, I get a lot of people saying, why are we only going to have 6-story units in Santa Ana, and yet in other areas, it's much higher, like in Garden Grove. And so I know that Council Member Sarmiento had suggested maybe at some of the nodes going up to to 10 stories. So if we could just have a little discussion on that, I would appreciate it.
No, I think that...
Please be respectful. Please be respectful. Go ahead, Michelle Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could please have our staff come before us and address us. I want to thank Karen and her staff for really engaging the community and engaging the Planning Commission and others to discuss a lot of topics as it pertains to active transportation. And in our last discussion, I was talking about, placemaking, and essentially what we're trying to do here on this harbor-specific corridor is placemaking. One is that as well, that when we received this grant from SCAG that I pushed to get this money to do this plan, it was very specific in its mission and its vision, and we can't alter it. There was very specifics, and so I just want you, Ms. Halusa, to just really inform us exactly. One, we're already out of compliance from our housing element. We're out of compliance right now because we haven't approved this. But two, we need to make sure that we stay within our confines of what this plan is supposed to really be. And you made some adjustments based on some of the comments of the City Council just recently, and what you brought before us today, which I'm supportive. And I know it wasn't easy to do. You had to really wrestle with this and try to get other people to really get involved. And so I really want you to go over some of the changes that you made, because I believe this is very important. This is a game changer for the city of Santa Ana. This is extremely important as we move forward with land use and zoning. A lot of this is going to dictate the future of this city and what we do, and so we shouldn't take this lightly. So, Ms. Halusa, if you could please just enlighten us and share with us some of the changes that you've made. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. At the last council meeting on September 16th, we took the feedback that the council gave us, and there were three particular areas. One of them was to ensure more intense development along the transit nodes, especially at the Harbor and Westminster node. Ensure that the preponderance of development in the nodes be more commercial rather than residential, and then address street sections designed to provide a full range of multimodal options, and this is where we talk about bike lanes and cycle tracks and those various options. So what we would recommend in terms of intensity, to allow more intensity in the plan, is that in the northern transit node, which is at Harbor and Westminster 17th, that area changed from having a minimum story requirement of 3 stories to 4 stories, which means that a building may not be built there unless it is at least 4 stories, and that the maximum be allowed to go up to 6 stories. In addition, the building types that are primarily residential, townhouses, live-work, tuck-under units, would be eliminated as a building type. You could basically only do a larger building there. And that would then ensure that intensity. Now, I think that there might have been, maybe I didn't emphasize this enough, this is not a housing plan. This is a plan that now reintroduces housing back onto Harbor Corridor, but it also keeps all of the commercial zoning that was there before, it keeps it there. And so in this northern transit node, in order to further strengthen that desire for commercial, we're also recommending that commercial be required at the ground level, that you not be able to do residential at the ground level at all. So that will encourage and ensure that if residential is constructed, it must be part of a mixed-use project, it must have a commercial component. So those are the changes that we're recommending for that northern transit node. We think that is the place where there might be the most potential for more intense commercial development to capture the things going on to our neighbors to the north, also because of its proximity to the fixed guideways transit stop, and also the potential for whatever might happen at Willowick in the future. Now, we are recommending that for the southern transit nodes, and on the diagram here, we've added an N to the node on the top. The other two have S's. We are recommending that those stay with the original recommendation, which was a minimum of 3, maximum of 6 stories. Those locations are much smaller. The parcel sizes are much smaller. They're more embedded in existing residential neighborhoods. And a 6-story building, and I can show you a good picture here, is still a very intense building. And again, it is still just layering on residential. It is not precluding commercial. So these could still be very intense commercial places. So just as an example, this is the North Transit node. Here's the existing condition. The original zoning design standards that we recommended would have allowed for up to 6-story development. So that building on the left is a sample of a 6-story building. So we're saying at those southern transit nodes, this would still be the scenario. However, at that northern transit node, you could now go up to a 10-story building. This could be standalone commercial. It could be a hotel, all of those things. It would not have to be apartments. And we don't anticipate that we will only see apartments going down the street. In fact, of the 3 residential proposals we're currently processing and waiting for this plan to be adopted. They're all for sale. And one of them has shopkeeper units, which are dedicated commercial at the ground floor along Harbor. So we think that the plan, even although it hasn't yet been adopted, is going to be resulting in some of the things you would like to see, which are new opportunities for reinvestment on the street, as well as for commercial and for sale housing development. So that's the Northern Transit Node. Southern Transit Node, and before, as we had described, retaining the original recommendation for those. These are the types of products that would be taken out of availability on the Northern Transit Node. As you can see, they're very low-intensity residential product types, and we would recommend removing those. So in this picture, the diagram, the two house forms, if you will, on the left side would not be allowed in the Northern Node. The building forms you see on the right would be. They're only 3 stories, but they could go higher. And again, requiring at that Northern Node that all ground floor uses be non-residential. These are the 3 projects that we're currently developing. The 1206 North Harbor, or that we're processing, excuse me, 110 units, 520, 35 units, and 1010, 73 units. They're all 3-story detached for sale products. There was also discussion of a housing cap and a concern that there could be an overproliferation of residential development along the corridor. One point here is that this plan is being brought before you in furtherance of the city's adoption of the housing element and the identification of this area as a location for new housing in the city, and not having that housing then just be dispersed everywhere in the city, but actually targeting it and putting it somewhere where it could be strategically used to stimulate new investment in properties that have been very lackluster investment history over the long term. That 4,000 number is one that I do not expect any of us would ever see. That would require every property there, including the Riverview West Shopping Center, to turn over to the maximum intensity of development that would be allowed there. Already with the 3 projects that are under application, they're already realizing fewer units than you could maximally achieve on those properties. So that number is really, it's a theoretical number for purposes of environmental review. That said, if you would like to discuss a cap, and I think that the most effective place to do that would be at that Northern Transit Node where you are trying to reinforce the more commercial nature of that area. So that's just a thought.
If we were to have, go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I know in the interest of time, I know we want to move forward with this. My other comment was just real briefly, I'm in support of your recommendations, Ms. Halusa. The second part, and I know I see Corey Wilkinson, our new active transportation coordinator, in the audience, and I know you guys had a discussion with our planning commission subcommittee and other folks as it pertains to multimodal and then also on-street parking. And I would like to get your assessment here. I know we had a big dialogue. When I talk about placemaking, and as you're making note, is that we're not wanting to have any residential at the bottom. We want commercial on the floor. And as we move forward and we're having these discussions in the downtown and how we want to have outdoor dining, literally it's impossible in many areas in the downtown because we have parking there that sometimes gets in the way. And so when you're looking at making sure that we have placemaking and you're wanting to make sure that we have these restaurants and others that want to really have true placemaking and have up these pop-up outdoor dining areas, one, I think we should not have on-site parking for that reason, to promote more activity on that area. And then secondly, I think it's important that we look at the different treatments. I too, I will continue to say this, and many emails that I send to staff is that we do need protected bike lanes, whether you want to call them cycle tracks, protected bike lane, whatever have you. We do need to move in that direction. I specifically think we need to do so on Harbor.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I can't see the speaker at all.
We don't want to
why don't we do this for a moment?
Let's not let them distract us. Let's just move forward. So Ms. Halusa, so if you can, just please talk to us about this.
Let's look. Let's just take a 10-minute recess. Karen, we'll just take a recess.
One of the pillars of the Sunshine Ordinance is public participation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I first want to say that we did not come here with the intentions of creating havoc. We just wanted to have our voice heard. So my name is Isaac. I attend Segerstrom High School, and I am a resident of Santa Ana. I'm here to talk about the decorum, the rules of decorum, and also about the issue that happened last meeting. So you guys sit here representing us. You're supposed to be the projector to our voice, right? And so I want to hold you guys accountable for also lacking the knowledge in your work and in your part, because in order for a mayor to cancel off a meeting, he must consult the council members and it must be voted on. And if 5 people vote yes, then the meeting can be canceled. But that did not happen. So that was a violation of a rule that we have. So I want to hold you guys accountable, you know, and there's 3 pillars to our sunshine ordinance, and one of them is accountability. So another one is participation, and the other one is transparency. So by you guys putting us at the very end, we are not being able to participate. So another one is the rules of decorum. So if we allow this to pass, we will kind of give the mayor and the council the ability to kind of dictate whatever happens in this council, and we don't want that. In order for us to improve Santa Ana, we need to work together with the police department as well as with the council and the residents. But if you implement this new rule of decorum, I'll be kind of taking a step backwards from the sunshine ordinance, so we don't want that. We want to work with you guys, so I ask that you guys do not pass new rules of decorum, because that is taking a step backwards, and we do not want to be reversing. We are supposed to be progressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Alizetl Velasco, please.
Good evening. First of all,
Go ahead, please go ahead.
First of all, I want to say that I'm offended that we had to be searched. We're students. It's not like we're going to do anything to you. And I also was offended by the fact that you left the public comments till the end. We're students also, again. We have homework. We have school. There's families here with children that have to go to sleep, and we're tired. We're hungry, you know. We expected the public comments to be at the end and at the beginning, and they weren't. And it's all because you don't want us to talk about what happened last week. I was really offended by that. I also think that they shouldn't pass the Ordinance 50A, because last week you did not have the right to stop the meeting. You had to have the approval of 5 council members, and that wasn't taken in. That wasn't happening. No one got a chance to say, oh yes, let's stop the meeting. That didn't happen. I was also very confused by that. I was frustrated. That man had the right to wear his hat because he has freedom of speech and of expression. You did not have the right to make him take off his hat. That's him, his way of expressing himself. I was really mad because us as American residents of Santa Ana, we have the freedom to speak, to tell you what we want in Santa Ana. You don't necessarily take it and put it in action, but we still want it to be recognized, and you didn't do that tonight. I'm really offended. Good night.
Thank you. Araceli, please.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Araceli Robles y vivo en el 601 de la calle 5. Y la
Va a hablar
gente-
en español durante
Sí.
todo el discurso. Entonces, un segundito, déjeme que baje alguien para que le ayude a traducir,
Sí, está
por
bien,
favor.
gracias.
Ahorita viene. Señorita Araceli, ya puede comenzar, ya está aquí, ya puede.
Mi nombre es Araceli Robles, yo vivo aquí en la ciudad de Santana y vengo a decirles que qué pena de que ustedes, personas que representan al gobierno, tomen esas actitudes de salirse faltándole al respeto a toda la comunidad, que piensa que es que elegimos bien buenos representantes. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? Que se comportan con faltas de respeto hacia nosotros. No es justo para nuestros jóvenes, no es justo para la ciudad, no es justo para nuestras familias. ¿Por qué? Porque están criminalizando a nuestros jóvenes, están tomando a su comunidad como algo que no tiene importancia para ustedes. ¿Cómo quieren que trabajemos con ustedes Hemos venido muchas veces a decirles, queremos trabajar con ustedes para crecer nuestra ciudad. Nosotros amamos Santana. Desgraciadamente, uno de mis hijos tuvo un incidente el domingo y me lo están tratando como un criminal cuando no lo es. Eso es lo que yo recibo de ustedes. Yo públicamente le digo al oficial Rojas y a ustedes que se haga justicia, no nomás para mi hijo, porque nunca he venido a hablar solo para mi familia. He venido a hablar por una comunidad que está dispuesta a trabajar y no dejarse más que le faltan al respeto. Por eso está una ordenanza que la peleamos y la ganamos con justicia, la ganamos con derechos. Y quiero confiar que dejen de tomar esas actitudes como de niños infantiles de que se enojan y se salen.
Thank you. With that, let me call Karen Haluza back, and after the translation, we'll continue our meeting. Please go ahead.
I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm here because I want to tell you that it is a shame that you are our government representatives, and for you to leave the room when you please, it's disrespectful to the city, disrespectful to the community. And this doesn't speak well. It's not fair for youth. You don't treat the community well. This is disrespectful. It's not fair for the youth, not fair for the city, not fair for the families. Your community, you don't regard the community. And many times I've come here to tell you we want to work together for the benefit of Santa Ana. And my son had an incident this last Sunday. Now he's being treated as a criminal. And I want to tell you, and Chief and Mr. Rojas, that justice needs to be made, not just for my son, but for the community that wants to work together. And we work together hard to pass this ordinance for justice and for based on rights. And it is a childish move of you to leave the room whenever you want to.
Thank you. Could I just ask Chief Rojas if after the meeting he could contact the the lady that spoke, and maybe
They already met with her.
you already met this morning? Could you do a memo for the council so we know what she was talking about, please? Thank you. So with that, Karen, if you could come forward, we're going to continue our meeting. And as you're approaching, Karen, can I just ask you, if we were to have a 2,000 unit cap, Karen, if we were to have a 2,000 unit cap, would we still comply with Councilwoman Martinez's desire, which is our desire, to meet the housing element, which I know we must meet? Would 2,000 units accomplish that?
Yes, we would more than meet our requirement and be in compliance with state law.
Okay. So, Michelle, the reason I asked that, I want to make sure if we put a limit on it, that we're okay relative to that state housing element.
Great. May I resume?
Please, please.
Ms. Haluza, if, before, we had to take a recess, I was talking about multimodal and active transportation and on-street parking. If you could just please elaborate, for all of us here, and the discussions that were had with the Planning Commission and other groups that you had a week right after the council meeting.
Right.
If you could please share with us some of the comments that were had as it pertains to protected bike lanes and on-street parking. Thank you.
Yes, of course. We really appreciated the opportunity to get to work with the new Active Transportation Coordinator as well as the Santa Ana Active Streets Coalition. And they gave us some really great input into the plan and how we can look at doing future designs of the street. As you know, the specific plan today doesn't have a specific cross-section recommendation, but it does have diagrams of ways that multimodal transportation could be accommodated on the street. We did look at a variety of scenarios, one that might have included some level of on-street parking, but as we looked at the actual configuration of the street, and I have to thank Corey for this really excellent feedback for us.
Please stand up. Many folks don't know this is our new Active Transportation Coordinator.
We were able to do an analysis of what could currently be accommodated on the street. And as these two diagrams show, the diagram on the top is the existing street right-of-way today. And in order to get a bike lane, whether that's a buffered bike lane or a cycle track, whatever that ultimate design would be, there just isn't enough space to do that and to have on-street parking. But there are side streets where on-street parking could be reintroduced, and the projects that do have commercial components also do have to have on-site parking. So we think that this is not a constraint to commercial development, and that if we have to balance the priorities of on-street parking and multimodal transportation, it's probably better to go toward the multimodal transportation as opposed to parking. But we do understand the importance of on-street parking for commercial development, and there are still opportunities to do that on the side streets.
Which I agree. Thank you, Ms. Lusa.
Thank you for that. Let's go back. Councilor Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Halusa. I want to begin by, I know that there's 3 applications that are pending that you showed in one of your previous slides, so I want to apologize to those applicants. I know that we were prepared to move forward with this conversation and with this public hearing at the last meeting. And I do want to thank my colleague, Councilwoman Martinez, for helping us get to this point. I know she was very active at SCAG to bring money to this city so we could do this study and move forward with this strategic plan for this corridor. I would support, and I am in support of the amendment to the motion to place a cap, and I think, again, the housing element is a guiding document. I think that the RENA numbers that we are required to comply with, is it somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 units?
For this round, yes.
Right, for this round. And so I think 2,000 is a robust number, and it's not something that we can't revisit or we can't maybe augment later if we wanted to. And that's where I think maybe our conversation last time confused maybe the council, maybe the public, and maybe some of the applicants. We're not talking about compromising commercial for the sake of residential, but it's more, I think you explained it much better today, layering residential on top of the already allowed commercial. So for those of us who see that the harbor corridor is one of the few places where we can do some larger, more robust developments, if we completely abandon that, then where do we go? I don't know what other place in the city that we could have these types of large retail, commercial, hospitality developments that we see, north of us in Garden Grove and in Anaheim. So I just don't want to abandon that opportunity, and I understand that the corridor has been very inactive and dormant for the past 20 years. Mm-hmm. I just think that's a function of the market. I just think that, things haven't transitioned south far enough to include us. But I think they are. I think the trend is that if you see what the corridor was like even north of us in Anaheim 20 years ago, all the developments were concentrated in Anaheim. 10, 15 years later, look, they're in Garden Grove, and who knows where they'll be in the next 10 years. I think they have no place left to go but further south, and maybe they go beyond us, maybe they go into Fountain Valley. But I've got this pesky fly right here, so I'm not waving at you, I'm waving it away. But the thing is that I just want us to allow maximum
Maybe it's a
flexibility.
mosquito, Vince.
Yeah, that would be appropriate for the vector control meeting, right, tonight. In any event, I just don't want to limit our opportunities. And I think if we could do 2 things, which is allow for the residential, but maybe not to that 4,000 unit increment, and stay at the 2,000, and maybe consider at the 2 southern nodes at First and Harbor and McFadden and Harbor to possibly cap it at 10 instead of 6 stories. And the reason why is this, is that we may never get to that 10-story limit. That may be something that the market just won't allow for, but at the very least we'll have that flexibility. And I don't know, again, I think there were a lot of people that participated in the conversations about the harbor strategic plan, but I'm sure not 350,000 of us participated in that, which is the population size of our city. So I think somebody said it well, many people went, but for those who didn't participate and for those who we need to listen to as well, we need to consider those opinions also. So I would be supportive of a layered approach, which is what you mentioned here today, which is a commercial at grade, residential on top, but the introduction of residential so they could support some of these developments. Without that, I don't think a lot of these developments that we'd like to see are even sustainable. So with that, I'd be supportive of the motion as amended.
Thank you. So we have a motion and the amendment was accepted, correct? Okay, so just so staff is clear, Madam City Clerk, you're clear on the motion, but then the friendly amendments, which includes what Councilmember Sarmiento just said, and then what I requested earlier, which is an overall cap of 2,000. Understanding this is going to come back to a future City Council to figure out, where are we at that point in time. Do we have additional comment? Go ahead, Councilor.
My only comment here to staff, and in particular to staff, Kelly Renders and any other staff related to economic development. What you've heard here is the interest of the council to be able to not limit growth, not limit economic development, and in fact to actually be intentional about drawing some of the investment and the development that we see to the north of us. So I just ask that we look at what steps we could begin to take to actually proactively seek that out. Now that we're going to potentially pass this specific plan, land use will be there. So let's go ahead and take some proactive measures to be able to draw in that investment that we seek and that we have the potential for.
Okay, so with that,
Ready to vote?
I think we're all set, right? No, there's those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Now let's go on to the next item, Madam Clerk. Would that be 75 AA? Okay, this is time and place. I'd like to call to order a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing condemnation of real property.
Mr. Mayor, before you begin on that, I am going to be abstaining on this matter, 75BB, which is following that, and 75CC, and 75DD, which all involve properties along the Bristol corridor, and that is for an economic interest. So.
Okay, so please note that for the record, Madam City Clerk. I would now call to order the public hearing on item 75AA. Do we have any speakers on that item, Madam Clerk?
I have not received any.
Okay, I don't have any cards. Does anybody want to address us on that item? See no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero, second by Councilman Reyna. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 75BB. This is time and place. I'm calling to order a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing combination of real estate at property at 1321 North Bristol. Is there anybody that wishes to address the City Council? I'm now formally opening up the public hearing. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 75CC. I would like at this time to call to order a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing condemnation of real property at 1429 North Bristol Street. I would now formally open up the public hearing and invite people to speak. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I would now like to call to order a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing condemnation of real property at 1601 North Bristol Street. I will formally open up the public hearing. Is there anybody that wishes to address us at this time? Seeing no one, let me close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration.
Move the item.
Second.
All right, we have a different maker of the motion this time and a different second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now I believe, can we get Councilmember Vince Sarmiento back, as I believe we're done with the items that he abstained from. And as he comes back, just to keep the agenda moving, item 85A, that was Benavides on West Glen Reyna. I think we might be continuing that, but let me call on Councilor Benavides, please.
Right, I know that there had been interest. Earlier I spoke to several members of the community that were actually wanting to speak on this item, but we have not received any communication, or have we? Okay.
Let me hear from them at this time. Samuel Sixtos and Alexis Teodoro, I believe it is.
Hi, my name is Samuel Sixtos. I'm a community member of Santa Ana, Orange County. I lived in the U.S. for over 10 years, where I have attended public schools, formed a family, and established roots. I was turned over to ICE in violation of Trust Act. This is why I stand here before you to inform you that the sheriff violated this law, a law that's supposed to protect people like me from being sent to detention centers. I was in Adelanto Detention Center for almost 6 months, where I was working $1 a day and was placed in solitary confinement because I was fighting for my freedom, a freedom I didn't have because the sheriffs turned me over to ICE. My message to the sheriffs is, if you continue to violate this Trust Act, we will hold you accountable for your actions because they're supposed to protect and serve, not detain and deport. I am requesting that my resolution 45A to be moved to the next council meeting so that we can rewrite it to condemn Trust Act violations in Santa Ana and Orange County. I just want to thank Councilman Ramirez for supporting me when I was detained in Adelanto Detention Center.
Thank you for your comments. Alexis, please go ahead.
So Alexis had to leave to address some family issues, but I'll be speaking on his behalf. I'm also part of RAISE, which helped on the release of Samuel Sixtos. And I think we have brought up the issue, his case before this council a couple of meetings ago. And thank you, Councilmember Benavides, for supporting Councilmember Reina and Amesco Michel for having supported Samuel Sixtos in the past. And like he said, he was picked up by the Santana Police Department, taken to the court where the Sheriff's Department took a hold of him and then referred him to immigration authorities in violation of the Trust Act. Samuel Sixtos' record does not indicate any criminal record, anything that he has done wrong, except for supposedly not having paid a ticket that he actually in fact did. And so that's why we're requesting that this resolution be moved on later so we can submit another proposal along with Councilmember Benavides addressing the fact that the Sheriff's Department violated the rights of a member of the community, and that we are not going to tolerate any more of these violations because families are being broken apart and it's having a toll on our communities, and we definitely need to hold them accountable. So thank you again, and we want that request.
Thank you. Can you just fill out a form so we just have it for the record, please? Thank you. So with that, let me come back to Councilmember Benavides.
So thank you, Mayor. So the essentially what we have before us and what I'm going to be recommending is, rather than approving this or considering this resolution, is to potentially consider something in the future. But essentially, as a council, we have taken positions recognizing that there is a need for comprehensive immigration reform. There are other steps that we have, other resolutions that we have approved as a council to support our community, to stand by our community, many of whom are immigrant community. In this case, we have one incident where there was an individual, Mr. Sixtos, who is here, a resident of our city from childhood, who was detained on no serious crime, was then transferred over to sheriff, and then eventually over to ICE. The Sheriff's Department recognized that that transfer was done by mistake. What we were looking at considering here is standing with Congresswoman Sanchez, who wrote letters of support and was contemplating a private bill in favor of Mr. Sixtos. Also, Senator Correa has extended support and letters of support requesting his release. At this point, Mr. Sixtos has been released. He's back reunited with his family. But there's a larger, more overarching issue that I think the state is going to be hopefully considering with regard to these types of situations. So at this point, what I'm going to do is recommend that we table this specific resolution, follow back up with our city attorney to look at recommendations for another broader resolution that might address these types of situations and preventing from these types of separations of families from happening. in the future. So
thank you for that, and thank you for bringing up the issue. I think it's very important. So we have a continuance. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now let us go on to item, actually it's our Housing Authority, right, Madam Clerk? Okay. Robin, we continued it. You want to speak anyways? Go ahead. Come on up.
My sympathies to the young man and his family. The problem I run into, and I hope at the end you had said something about the city attorney doing something. One law says it's illegal, another law says ignore it. I think the community's getting all mixed up with what laws, we can do. We had red light cameras, but nah, it just blows through them. Who cares? We'll erase the tape. I think the guy should get himself an immigration attorney and take care of the problem. If people want to support him, start a nonprofit to raise money to pay for immigration attorneys up and down Broadway, dozens of them. I don't do any of that work anymore because I'm too sick to be able to do that, and I gave up all my licenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn our attention to the Housing Authority. I would entertain a motion on consent calendar items 1 and 2.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously, Madam Clerk. Now, if there are no comments to the Housing Authority, I'm going to adjourn the Housing Authority and convene the successor agency meeting and ask for a consent calendar motion for items 1 and 2.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and 2 seconds, Madam Clerk. You pick. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Seeing no other business before the successor agency meeting, I'm now going to go. Madam Clerk, do we have additional speakers that wish to speak on non-agendized items? Okay. Carl Benninger, followed by Steve McGuigan.
I don't think we have all of those. It's okay.
It's been a long evening. I really appreciate you guys staying up with me on it. I just want to say that I support the Santa Ana Police. It's a shame that the last 6 months we've heard so many bad statements made, none with facts on it. The fact is we have a great police department. As a person that's lived in the city for 34 years, it's just a phone call away. And so these folks have problems with our police department. I wish they would take the time, set a meeting with the chief, in which to end up discussing it. I've always found the chief very open, both Chief Walters and Chief Rojas. And so I just want to say you guys are doing a great job, and as a citizen of Santa Ana, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Steve McGuigan, followed by Connie Hamilton.
Good evening, and thank you once again for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Something that I don't take lightly. So, again, thank you. I had the privilege of actually being able to attend a retirement party for one of, I think, what might be one of our first PSOs in this city, Gloria Perez. Some of you may have worked with her over the course of time. Fantastic person, nearly 4 decades of service to the community. At her retirement, it was pretty amazing to see because we had law enforcement agencies from San Bernardino, from Riverside, from the LA Sheriff's Department, Orange County Sheriffs, from the law enforcement officers, some law enforcement organization of California law enforcement officers, from local agencies, Tustin, Costa Mesa, of course Santa Ana. The representation that came out in support of this one person was absolutely outstanding and just overwhelming. And she's not the only person that's out there. There are a lot of people in the Santa Ana Police Department that are giving at that level. The members of the community that came out, not just the residential community, the business community, the nonprofit community, the liturgy or the religious community, all came out. It was absolutely amazing to spend an afternoon with all of them and hear stories about, from back in the day when Gloria was just getting started. And once again, the institutional knowledge that she had has now left the city. And so it's incumbent upon all of us that have worked with her in the past and that worked with these organizations in the past and have done different things from up on the dais, as you are doing, to be able to help bring the next generation in and to help school them and to help show them the way. Because a lot of times, this stuff just slips through the cracks. There are 100 and probably 1 million things that will never get done now because Gloria is not the one there to do it. It's important to know that you have people like that in service of the city, in service of the police department, and in service of our community in general. And I applaud our chief and all of the hardworking officers that do give up what they do and sacrifice like they do for the city. I'd like to say a couple words about decorum. After witnessing what has happened before and some of the things that happened tonight, I find it disheartening to see what's happening. With great freedom comes great responsibility, and the freedom to say what you want in a public forum like this does have certain responsibilities and restrictions. You are not totally unfettered in terms of freedom of speech. In these hallowed halls, we expect a certain level of respect and dignity, and I think that that's incumbent upon you guys to keep that order, and it's something that's actually owed to you as members that we have chosen to represent us. And so I hope that when you do actually put together your decorum ordinance, or whatever we're calling it, that you make sure that circumstances like people just lining up and blocking off the public, and some of the things that happen here, and the shouting out, and some of those things, that those get put into check. Because people like me come here fairly often to try and do the business of my neighbors and my residents and the people that I represent in the community. It's important to me as a stakeholder in the community to be able to come and do the people's business. So thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Connie, followed by Dylan Thompson, followed by Madeline Spencer.
Hello, council. Clerk of the council. Last time I said clerk of the court. And actually, this should kind of be run like a court. Normally it is, and it needs a certain amount of order. I mean, it has to, or business can't be done. So I'm in agreement with Steve McGuigan. We have to have order here, one way or another. But I also want to say that I thank the police. I know there's a lot of T-shirts here tonight that say the other, say pretty derogatory things, but I thank the police. And you know what? If some of these people would schedule a ride-along with some of the police department, they would see a whole different side. I mean, it's amazing what the police have to go through. We went through neighborhoods where I was really scared. I was, but they have to be brave. I mean, our lives are in their hands. And if they're not respected, what do we have? What do we have? I mean, it's ridiculous. I know people should have freedom of speech. I realize that. But there is a place for it. There is a venue for it. And what some of these people are doing is just totally ridiculous. And I would invite them to try to do it more constructively. I mean, come to Connect to Council. Our organization will try to help. That's what we try to do. We try to bridge the residents with the officials and the resources that they need. I mean, come to us. We will try to help. But some of the things that have been going on, that's just not acceptable. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Actually, Dylan Thompson, then Madeline, then Ilya Tesilgin, but I believe he already spoke, so Carlos del Pilar after that.
Hey everybody, long night. It's unusual to be speaking this late. Usually comment would be ending in some of the other meetings you can remember. It's been pretty crazy at City Council the past few months. There's a lot going on, which is good. I came here just to make constructive comments, but well, it's been a long meeting, so I was only going to keep to a minute. I'll go a little over that. But what I came here to say really is that there seems to be a viewpoint of this FTP thing, and then kind of like I support the police no matter what. The truth is somewhere in between, because we react to how the police behave. We certainly should reward good behavior, but when we see things like what happened to Edgar Vargas in that beating, that's what some of these kids are coming here to talk about, and they choose language that offends and people find disrespectful. But it's because they're passionate. It's because they saw someone who surrendered to the police and then they got their face beaten in, and then all these officers are just watching. So that behavior shouldn't be encouraged, and it shouldn't be hidden. It should be addressed. So I just wanted to come and talk and make this quote from a former Santa Ana police chief regarding police and community relations. In his cultivation of public support, a chief should not abandon any element of the community, even one that criticizes him, but he must necessarily make the most of his resources to reach the largest, most positive segments of the community. The chief should not write off an anti-police group too quickly. I've seen many initially anti-police groups moderate their hostility and even begin to offer grudging support for the police. The guiding principle in determining which groups to work with should be whether, regardless of their attitudes toward the police, they are interested in the betterment of the community. Assuming an antagonistic posture towards organizations until they have proven themselves does not help the community. For too long, police have lulled in a vacuum of isolationism and cut themselves off from vital components of the community merely because they do not conform to police beliefs of what is proper. It is too easy for a police officer to retreat into a defensive posture when facing a group that holds values different from its own. The challenge is to see how one can channel those values for good.
Thank you, Madeline. Followed by Carlos del Pilar, followed by Maribel Mateo.
Good evening, Council, City staff, City Manager. I'm actually here tonight to speak about the utility users tax. I'm a little bit concerned about the way that the city has presented Measure AA on this election ballot. I think it's misleading and disingenuous. This tax and how it's presented is important because it sets the tone for how the fiscal matters and proposals of taxation will be initiated under our new city manager. You've stated that the expanded utility user tax is in line with the strategic plan's promise of fiscal stability and equity. While the tax may provide financial support to the city, it does not address the compensations made by taxpayers to create this financial stability, nor does it describe the line items or referendum to be paid for with the expanded tax, or the date to which the tax will end, leaving too much to the city's discretion. Regarding this ballot measure, providing equity, I find this statement amusing, especially since the city attorney is one of the top tax attorneys in her field. Council members in the ballot use the word equality and equity and say the measure will provide equity. The city attorney who's described her view in the ballot as impartial stated that all taxpayers are to be treated equally and all taxpayers will be treated the same. The city manager said that the measure is about equity, making sure that all utility customers are taxed and not unfairly exempting some. I'm amused that you have manipulated the rhetoric of fairness, equity, and equality in selling this tax expansion to the public. The popular tax argument being used is on the horizontal equity principle, which can only properly be used for income-based taxation, not revenue-based taxation. High-income households will always bear proportionally less burden than do low-income households in any revenue-based form of taxation. The utility user's tax is a regressive tax, which is non-proportional taxation. It violates the ability to pay principal by any definition, and since this can only be measured by income, the tax is also in violation of the benefit principle as related to who this tax expansion will serve. The link of proportionality between the burdens of taxation to accrual of benefits directly to expenditure is ill-reasoned at best and deceptive at worst. Why is this important? It's important because history, if unchecked, repeats itself. The last tax increase of 1% was aided in the creation of a multi-million-dollar deficit on the jail, which we've been paying for over a decade now. Another reason is because nobody in the city has an uncontroversial history with taxes. If we look at the business assessment tax, and if we look at the taxes that our city manager levied on food, raising water rates, capped union rates in their negotiating power, and also put more fees on small businesses in
Madeline,
Phoenix.
if you could please conclude, the light's red. Just give us a closing comment, please.
I will never willingly vote to raise taxes in this city or let this city squander tax dollars at your discretion. And I will vote no on Measure AA, although
Thank
I
you.
know utility taxes are needed.
Thank you. Carlos, is Carlos here? Maribel Mateo? Peter Katz, you want to speak again? You're on the list again. Come on forward, please, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to personally thank you for taking the time 2 weeks ago to come down to the Great Park in El Toro and stand with us veterans that brought a veteran cemetery to the Great Park. Governor Brown personally was there to sign the bill into law, and your presence meant a lot to the soldiers of Santa Ana.
Thank you.
But, you know, soldiers, in regards to AB 1453, the Sharon Court Silva bill, soldiers fight to defend freedom all over the world, and we stand in many isolated places. And a strong army creates a strong democracy and the right to free speech and defending it around the world. So does a strong police force. I commend this police force in the city of Santa Ana. I have lived here for 45 years, and my hat is off to Chief Rojas and his men. They're underfunded, they're understaffed, and they do a tremendous job in this city to keep the peace. You only have to look around the world to see man's inhumanity to man would soon dissolve into chaos and anarchy. Look at ISIL, look at Ferguson, Missouri, and look at what's happening here in this council chamber. So police, along with fire, are the bookends of a great city. They have families, they have children that go to school, they're people like you and I. So let's take a look at what happens in the world. Thomas Jefferson once said that democracy is the worst form of government, but it's better than all the rest. And if you look at the names, the flowers may change colors, the shirts may change different colors. You have black shirts, brown shirts, anarchists, communists, Nazis, socialists, Marxists. But the freedom to speak applies to everyone in this chamber, not just a few who want to intimidate this council and stop me from speaking. I pay taxes too, and so do the soldiers that have fought for these freedoms around the world. So don't misunderstand the rest of the silent majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Hermina Saldaña. If Hermina is not here. Hermelindo, perdón, Hermelindo. And after that, Apolonio Cortés.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio.
¿Va a hablar en
Voy a
español?
hablar en español, sí.
Entonces, un segundito, que venga el traductor, ahí viene volado.
Bien, gracias. Sí, sí. ¿Sí? Sí, sí, mi nombre es Hermelindo Saldaña. Soy miembro de, resido en Santa Ana por los últimos 30 años y soy miembro de Sacred. Mi comentario es acerca de las reglas del decoro, ordenanza. Nosotros en Sacred creemos que esta ordenanza va directa oposición de lo que queremos lograr para nuestra ciudad. Los residentes dejarán de participar cívicamente y afectará seriamente la relación entre la comunidad y el concilio. La reunión pública es donde nosotros, la comunidad, puede ir o venir a expresarse y comunicarse con ustedes, los concejales. La ordenanza 50A no permitiría que ustedes reciban todos los comentarios del público, lo cual es importante porque su posición es de tiempo parcial. Adicionalmente, si estamos hablando de un concejal en particular, queremos dar comentario público, queremos mantener nuestra habilidad de hacerlo, como en la ordenanza Sunshine. Hay que seguir manteniendo la participación cívica, transparencia y rendimiento de cuentas. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Herminio Saldaña. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for 30 years and a member of Sacred. My comment is regarding the ordinance and the rules of decorum. We at Sacred believe that this ordinance is in direct opposition to what we want to accomplish for our city. The residents will stop participating civically, and this will affect seriously the relationship between the community and the city council. A public meeting is where we come to express ourselves and communicate with you, our council people. Our ordinance 50A would not allow you to receive all the comments from the public, which is important because yours is a part-time position. Additionally, if we need to talk about a specific council person, and to give a public comment, we must maintain the ability to do so. In the Sunshine Ordinance, wants to continue that, and this is important for public civic participation, transparency, and accountability. Thank you for listening.
Apolonio, vuelva en español, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Entonces que no se vea el traductor. Adelante.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, miembros del concilio y personal de la ciudad. Mi nombre es Apolonio Cortés, soy residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana y miembro de Sacred. Voy a hablar sobre la ordenanza 50A. Creemos que esta ordenanza es una forma de retroceder, ya que todo el trabajo que hemos hecho en Sacred para tratar de impulsar a la comunidad que mantenga un diálogo con ustedes, esto tiraría a la basura nuestro trabajo. Y consideramos que es importante que escuchen a nuestra comunidad, porque hay muchas inquietudes, sobre todo con nuestros jóvenes, y creo que si no abrimos un espacio para que puedan escuchar a nuestra juventud, sobre todo por la mala relación que existe con la policía, creo que no queremos que llegue un caos en nuestra ciudad, y creo que es importante que escuchen a nuestra comunidad, sobre todo a los jóvenes. Y yo no sé de qué manera tengan que hacerlo, pero tienen que abrir un espacio en el cual ellos tengan la oportunidad de ser escuchados. Y bueno, creo que si no lo hacemos así, nos va a ir muy mal a todos. Y apelo esto a consideración de ustedes, que se den esta oportunidad, creo, de poder escuchar a nuestra comunidad. Bueno, mi propuesta específicamente es invitar a que se haga una ordenanza en conjunto con la comunidad. Escuchen a la comunidad para que ellos puedan opinar y se haga una ordenanza pues que tenga la participación de la comunidad. Y gracias por su atención. Buenas noches.
I'm here to speak on item 50, ordinance 50A, and implementing this would be a step backwards, and it would throw to the trash what we worked so hard to achieve with the Sunshine Ordinance. It's important for you, as our representatives, to listen to the community. It's important for you to listen to the concerns of our youth. And otherwise, if we don't have a space for you to listen, everything will turn to chaos in our city. It's important for you to listen to the community, especially to the youth. They have issues, and if you don't listen, if this doesn't happen, this is not going to be good for any one of us. So please listen to our community. I have a specific proposal that we work together, you and the community, to create an ordinance together so that this can happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ilya Selgin, please, followed by Marta Sixtos.
Mayor, good evening, Mayor Polida
and respectable member of City Santa Ana Council. Somehow, public servants such as social services and police have a notion that the law and constitution may be frivolously interpreted or bent toward own preferences. Such public-funded agency like Orange County Regional Center. When two different approaches to the law in Santa Ana apply, then there is no court of law or justice, but lawless and confusion. Such disrespect to justice lead to loose public trust to police, social services, and the rest of the unfair public offices. Citizens who legal custody gain public offices have no rights or human privileges. God forbid any human being be a ward of the state. Council Martinez and Reina notice your special passion to public needs. Thank you for that. I am voice for my Asperger syndrome son and 18,000 voiceless, suppressed, abandoned, disabled. They need your attention and assistance to stop fraud in Orange County Regional Center. Thank you for your time.
Marta Sixtos, followed by Malagueña Saldaña. If not, is Miriam González here, please? ¿Usted es malagueña? Baje, Miriam. ¿Va a hablar en español? ¿Inglés? Ok, gracias.
Good evening, members of the council. First, I want to thank David Benavides for supporting Sixtos and for supporting us for our families don't be separated. Mayor Pulido, I'm here to tell you that it's an embarrassment and you should be ashamed that the Department of Justice has to be involved in the investigation of the Edgar Azates case in order for there to be justice. This could be solved quick and quietly if you as our mayor will have taken action and initiative when I contact your office, but you never respond to my calls. Chief Rojas, I hope you find the corrupted officers because they are shaming the honorable ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam Lopez. And just for the record, later, if the clerk could go back, because I don't have any record of her contacting my office, so later if we can just do a search, please.
Yes, I contacted your secretary.
And I want to see the record, because it never got to me. I want to figure out what happened. Miriam Lopez, followed by Alondra Campos. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Lopez, and I am a resident of Santa Ana. Today I'm here on behalf of Sacred to speak on the Rules of Decorum Ordinance. We as Sacred believe that that this ordinance is important to maintain respect and cordiality during all council meetings. But we also believe that this ordinance will only create tension between the community, council, and law enforcement. It will discourage civic participation and will use the police as a tool to enforce this destructive ordinance. As a community, we should have the right to attend city council meetings and express our concerns. How can we expect to be well represented if we are being criminalized and we are not given the chance to voice our opinions? About a year ago, I began to attend city council meetings, and I have seen how the community participation has increased. If meeting times change, then many people will not have the time to attend because of work. As a student, it is difficult getting to city council meetings because I have school and an internship. If meetings change, then it will be difficult for me to attend. I am just one of the many people who will be affected. My main concern is that this ordinance will discourage civic participation. As we saw today, a lot of youth and a lot of families were not able to speak because the public comment was moved up. During the past years, we have made a lot of progress. Let not this ordinance be something that does not let us progress. Thank you.
Okay, Miriam, Alondra Campos, Abel Ruiz afterwards, and then Melody Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Alondra Campos, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana. And I'm also a member of Sacred. And my comment is about the rules of the decorum ordinance. We at Sacred feel that this ordinance is a direct opposition of what we want to accomplish in our community. If this passes, it will discourage the people to participate civically. And not only that, but it will take away the relationship that we have with the community and the council. For many years, you have told us to participate and to come to the city council meetings. And we took it upon ourselves to educate ourselves so we can actually come in front of you and speak about the matters of our community. But then it seems like you guys want to shut us down. For I don't know what reason, I don't know what power, but the power that you guys have right now is because we voted for you. So I think the same way that we ask for respect is the same way that you guys are going to get the respect. And in order to finish up, because I'm very tired, I'm partially blind, so it's really hard for me to concentrate on what I'm reading right now. I'm very disappointed on today's meetings. The reason why, because I don't have to explain myself 3 to 4 to 5 times to a different officer that was outside, that I was partially blind, that I am partially blind, that I needed to be seated down inside, not outside, because I can't see correctly. And it's a shame that I have to express myself, my disability, to 6 different officers at different times. So I need for you guys to at least have 3 to 4 seats for a person that has a disability. So that is the respect that we deserve, as much of the respect that you guys reserve too. Not only that, but I'm really disappointed on also what happened to the last meeting because of a hat, because the way that we don't know how to talk, because the way we dress. That is all the issue and the problems that we have here, and that's the whole thing of this decorum. What are you guys hiding? How come you guys judge us by the way we talk? We weren't born in a silver platter. We're not sophisticated as you guys. We don't have the perfect language as you guys. But yet we still stand here, whether we speak correctly, whether we dress, but we're still here fighting for our rights because it is our rights. And this decorum, what it's doing, it's taking away my First Amendment right. Not only that, Mr. Pulido, but I'm really disappointed because after 25 years sitting down on that chair because of us, because of them, you still want to shut us down. The world does not revolve around you, Mr. Pulido. And you guys, it is a shame that a 15-year-old, that a youth had to tell you that a meeting should not be shut down unless it's 5 votes. What is that telling me? That you guys don't know where you stand? You guys have a voice.
Thank you, though.
Not only that, I'm sorry, but not only that, but I'm also disappointed on Chief Rojas because I thought that he was going to be my next Joe Vargas. What a disappointment.
Thank you. Melody Gonzalez, followed by Edmund Castellon, Tony Gatica, Miguel Ruiz, maybe they spoke earlier, Omar de la Riva, Abraham Medina, Anthony Hernandez, Ario Cortez, Dulce Saavedra, José Hernandez, followed by Vanessa, and then Miriam Gonzalez.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. It's Jose Hernandez, and I'm a resident here in Santana. I just want to, definitely let you know that, it was a complete waste of our time to spend that much time on the homeless shelter again, given that this was symbolic, as the city attorney said, measure. And it's just really disappointing that, everybody and all these elected officials got to say a word, and because it's more important for them to score political points and for everybody else running for office than to hear our community and our concerns. So I just thought that was just really unfortunate. And I was also very disappointed in having the meeting canceled because of a hat. And and I'm sure a lot of other folks in the ACLU already emailed you about all the different precedents that there is, simply freedom of speech, and that hat by itself did not give you the right to cancel the meeting. It didn't, and I'm sure that there's going to be certain things that you guys are going to have to do to figure that out, and we're going to talk about it in a couple weeks. But just wanted to really emphasize that the freedom of speech, and what another person said about a past chief here, that kind of approach that we had towards people that might not, necessarily like you or agree with you, and maybe they've gotten bad, interactions with police officers, and maybe that's what we hear all over Orange County. I knock on doors all the time, and the constant thing that I hear from our communities in Santana and Anaheim and all over is, I'm scared of the police. The police, they harass me, they harass my children, and they treat me like this. And that's what I'm saying, it's not either or. It's not we're supporting the police completely or we're completely against the police. It's somewhere in the middle. And when the city spends the majority of its budget on the police department instead of on schools, instead of community centers, instead of more libraries, I remember once upon a time this used to be education first, right? Until we realized maybe it's like the second or third before a lot other more important priorities that we have here in Santana. That doesn't include libraries and stuff. So invest more in our children. Listen to the youth. Listen to the folks that might not necessarily agree with you, but at the end of the day, we're residents and we deserve to be heard. And I encourage you to definitely not to respect the community, to not limit free speech, and to not vote for this decorum change in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, followed by Miriam, Carolyn Torres, Dan Escamilla, Thomas Anthony Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, everybody that has stuck around till 10:30 tonight. I too wanted to speak in favor of our police department. These are the men and women that run towards gunshots when all of us run away. We at least owe them the respect, and the respect is earned. It's not given, not from them to us, not from us to them. It's earned. I also wanted to speak, everybody keeps talking about decorum. Decorum, if you look on dictionary.com, decorum basically says it's dignified behavior. It has nothing to do with restricting what we can say to you. We can say things to you. It's not what we say, it's how we say it. So as you probably well know, I've lashed out at you guys before, and it doesn't get me very far. It doesn't get me very far to try to work with you either, but I keep trying. So I keep coming down here and I keep talking. So and that's what we have to do. We have a process, and that's what decorum is. You get a little green card and you sit here till really late at night, like all of them have and all of us have, and you wait your turn and you say your piece. And everybody here will meet with you. The police chief will meet with you if you have a complaint about an officer. And I know they'll look into it, and it's not right if it's happening, and it should be rectified, and training should be offered. And I think that there needs to be a process so that the people's business is taken care of, that the soccer fields are repaired, that the parks are clean, that the libraries have books stocked on the shelves. This is where we do the people's business. And respect isn't just about us giving it to you, it's about you and the people here giving it to this house. Also, I managed to find something, and I'm sure the city attorney could probably clarify that for a lot of people, but I found a city a code. I don't know where everybody's getting this idea that it takes 5 votes to cancel a meeting. I found a thing that basically says, in the event that any meeting is willfully interrupted by a group or groups of persons so as to render the capacity, the orderly conduct of such meeting unfeasible and order cannot be restored by the removal of individuals who willfully interrupt the meeting, the members of the body conducting the meeting may order the meeting room cleared and continue in session. Only matters appearing on the agenda may be considered in such a session. Representatives of the press or other news media, except those participating in the disturbance, shall be allowed to attend the session held pursuant to this section. There's nothing about requiring 5 votes to cancel a meeting. And I think that meetings would not be canceled if people participated in an orderly manner. I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate our police officers, and I hope that we give them a chance, just like I hope they give us a chance. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Alondra Campos, Candace Hawes, Theo Hirsch, Elvira Herrera, Debbie McEwen.
Good evening, everyone. After listening to all this testimony and these thoughts, my own thoughts got a little scattered. But I first and foremost want to support the police department. You know, in 25 years, I've had many occasions to call the police department. I have been served faithfully. They've helped me out on many occasions. I mean, I've had nut jobs on the front porch. I've had people with guns running across the backyard. I've had people shooting at the house. I've had a lot of activity at that address. And each and every time I have felt cared for and protected, and I felt that somebody was listening, and our neighborhood was a better place for it. And I've always been delighted with the service that I've gotten from PD. So thank you, everyone who's has helped us out in the French Park area. About this decorum ordinance, I did read that, and I would like to encourage you to move ahead with that. You know, like Thomas said, I've been at odds with each of you at one time or another, and we've also heard the words about passion and respect bounced around this room all night tonight. I have a lot of passion. We've all been there, but to watch what has happened, this room and this process and the business of the city is trying to be held hostage by people who somehow feel that they have some sort of right to do that. Thomas said it. Well, yes and no. You do have a right to have that conversation. You have the right to speak and be heard. But to come up in a mob and behave in a disrespectful way to every single person. I may or may not respect any one of you at any given time on a specific issue, but to stand in front of others, to yell, to scream, to have profanity on your shirt, yeah, you have the right, but it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. So anyway, I want to thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Alfonso Alvarez. And Robin Cook, I don't know if you submit another form. All right.
Okay, at the last meeting, I had talked to a young man outside when all this huckamarella was going on. And I told him that on the back side of the green card is the rules. And he said, I didn't know. I don't know how many people know. I only read them once, and I don't know what they said. But the use of profound language, racial epithets, or libelous or slanderous comments and other statements, activities that disturb the decorum of the meeting is prohibited. Maybe just putting in appropriate dress, or adding clothing to that. is all that is needed. I haven't read the other thing, and I hope shorts isn't outlawed, and straw hats. That's all I had to say.
All right, with that, you're the last speaker. So let me bring it back to council for consideration. Who would like to, Ms. City Manager, anything you want to report out?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I just confirmed with the staff, Mayor. I just want to commend the staff who worked on tonight's meeting. They did a lot of work to manage the situation, and it was pretty much without incident. And I want to thank the police department. So I want to make sure that goes on the record. And then secondly, some of you mentioned the budget, and the budget is better. And as part of the Sunshine Ordinance, there'll be a community budget outreach meeting and strategic plan update on October 29th on the council chambers at 6 to 7:30. And based on the request, we're going to be adding the capital improvement program, and we'll give an update on how we did last year and review the progress on the city strategic plan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, let's go to council comment. How about we start with Angie Amesco, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to speak briefly on decorum. We had a lot of speakers come in and speak on that. And, last meeting was canceled, not just because, it was sort of a culmination. We've had several meetings now where several individuals have come in and hijacked the meetings. Their time is up. They continue speaking, and we need those rules in order for everyone to have the right to attend a meeting without disruptive behavior, without disorderly behavior. And it's going to make it so much better for everyone. Residents that are here to present their concerns have the right to attend a meeting without that type of conduct. And quite frankly, there's a way of expressing your concerns without resorting to profanity or bad language. And many of you even said families come in here with children. We often have children that we recognize, and they shouldn't be subjected to that. So just out of respect for that, we do need to establish some rules of decorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Roman Reina, please.
Sure. As always, water is a concern, and we live in a desert. I know it doesn't look like it. That's because how much water we use and or waste. So please conserve as much as you can. Buy drought-resistant plants, water your grass at night, whatever we could possibly do to help out on that aspect. I did want to kind of gear towards staff, and I don't see Gerardo in the room, but I was at Willard Intermediate not too long ago, and the synthetic turf is absolutely phenomenal. But there were a lot of individuals during the soccer game that had Gatorade and soda, and that's really detrimental to our synthetic turf. So I'm not sure what or how we're regulating that, but we definitely need to do a better job of that. You've heard some of the things that are happening over at a Centennial and the cost that could be associated with that. So it's whatever we could do to get ahead of the curve on that particular component is something that we definitely need to do. Coming up this Saturday is Founders Day. An opportunity to celebrate the city of Santa Ana and the foundation and the founding of our community. It's going to start at 5:30 downtown Santa Ana on 4th and French. We're going to have a tamale eating contest, and we're looking for a couple of judges. So come find out where the best tamales are made in our city, so definitely show up. Veterans Day is coming up, and we've been able to put together, in honor of our veterans, a flag-raising ceremony. We're looking at hosting this event monthly, the third Thursday of the month on the corner of Ross and Civic Center, starting at 7:50 a.m. It's only going to be about a 25-minute, 30-minute ceremony and showing tribute and honor to our veterans. This is going to be a monthly event, so please come out and show all the respect and honor that we possibly can for the veterans that allow us the freedoms that we express here today.
Roman, is that at the library?
Yes, sir. For those that aren't sure, Ross and Civic Center, come to the library. Some of the things we heard today, we had a presentation on vector control and the communication. I know we do have a representative that serves on that board, and I'm a little saddened that none of us really received any communication from our own representative of what was taking place. I would have loved to see a little bit more on that end. Unfortunately, we didn't receive anything and no communication from our representative, which was a little challenging and a little concerning as we move forward. So whatever our representatives to outside organizations outside of within our city, I would love for them to keep the lines of communication open with us and whatever that may look like, so that we're ahead of the curve as far as information. I think this is going to be our last city council meeting until after the election. So whomever you vote for, please come out November 4th and vote. Like always, shop in Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, please, Councilor Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a long night, and I do just want to thank all those who came and spoke to us, those of you who are still hanging out or hanging in there with us. Had a number of different things to address and speak on, but I'm going to reduce it to one, which is November 4th. It's it's a critical day here in the state and here locally. Estimates are saying that the outcome or people coming out to vote or mailing their ballots in will be significantly low. The registrar of voters is actually showing that ballots being returned are lower than normal and than expected. Every vote is going to count. It always does, this election in particular. So if you're hearing this, I just want to encourage you and challenge you to exercise that privilege that we have. Take friends with you, make it a party, go out, whether it be mailing it in together or going out to the polls. I just want to encourage you to really make a difference here in the city and in this election. With that, and if any information to find your place to vote or any other information, ocvote.com. It's that simple. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. And now, Councilor Michelle Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to start off on a positive note. I want to thank our Parks and Rec staff. We received a shirt here today. It's a little big, but it's a Sunday on Main Street, the SOMO shirt. I truly want to thank our staff. This event that typically happens in Los Angeles, which is called Ciclovia, is one that's put on by a nonprofit, that has the expertise to get all this done. And our Parks and Rec staff has been putting all these events together without any of this expertise. And Gerardo, just want to, give my hat off to you and the great work that you do and your staff. I just want to let you know that you did a wonderful job for our community. And this is something that it's just the beginning. We had our event on October 5th, and the following weekend it was in Garden Grove Reimagine, and certainly I saw Gerardo there, Corey, and a lot of our residents from Santa Ana, and I had the opportunity to ride with the Garden Grove resident from the block. I left my car there and from the Santa Ana Trail, and then I rode up to Garden Grove to see Reimagine and their Ciclovia event, and it was a great success. My goal is next year that we partner up and work together as we move forward with the streetcar, and the Pacific Electric right-of-way is another opportunity to work with a partnering city like the city of Garden Grove. And it's my hope as we move forward that we will build that relationship and do a try kind of Ciclovia with Garden Grove, and then the following year partnering up with the city of Anaheim, who will eventually also move forward with their streetcar. So it's exciting times for Orange County as we move forward with active transportation. Next, as I talk about active transportation, SCAG just recently received $3.1 million as it pertains to safety and education. And I think Chief Rojas, we spoke about a month or so ago, and he was off to San Francisco to take a look at what San Francisco was doing as it pertains to traffic and education and safety. And I know recently they've approved their Vision Zero, and I sent some information not only to our police chief, but all our staff and pertains to what Vision Zero is, and that is setting a goal to eliminate, pedestrian and bike fatalities. New York was the first city to do this here in the U.S., and San Francisco is moving on, and so is Los Angeles. Here in the city of Santa Ana, and I've mentioned it before, there were once upon a time when crime was high in the 90s, gang violence was skyrocketed. We had a lot of homicides because of gang violence. Today, because of the efforts of our police department, that has reduced drastically. We have more people today being killed by a car than by bullets. And so we have to do something. We have a responsibility. The Orange County Transportation has a responsibility to reduce pedestrian and bike fatalities. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had 2 within 1 week. The prior, a month, we had 3. And so it's continuing to escalate, and we have a responsibility to do something. And so there is a lot of education that's taking place with the Orange County Transportation Authority, with SCAG. I know the city, a couple months ago, we put a task force together based on the 5-year strategic plan, but we need to do more. We actually need to make a commitment and put a plan together to reduce pedestrian and bicycle fatalities here in the city. And so I had spoken to our city manager. We're going to get together with our new public works director and our active transportation coordinator. My goal was to put a resolution that that San Francisco did it, but I'm going to put a pause on that because I want to take it to the Transportation and Development Committee so that we all can review that and give our staff enough time to put this resolution together, because at the end of the day, we need to save people's lives. It's not only about gang violence. Other things are happening in our city, the way people are dying, and they're dying on our roads, and we need to find different ways of design and enforcement and education and encouragement to improve, really what placemaking is, making sure that everyone's safe, not just in a vehicle, but when they're walking, when they're taking the bus, or when they're riding their bike. That's as important as people being in their vehicles. So I hope that we have the support of my colleagues as we move forward with this. I think it's extremely important, taking the leadership. San Francisco, we talk about the Santa Ana being the 4th densest city in America, that's right after San Francisco and Los Angeles. Santa Ana's right there, and we have the same urban issues as it pertains to traffic incidents. So we need to take a lead and really take the leadership here in Orange County and letting folks know that we're serious about improving the lives of folks here in the city. Next, I wanted to take a moment and wish everyone a very happy Halloween. I know that's coming up, and to be safe out there. I know a lot of our children are going to be out there trick-or-treating, but be safe. I know the time change is going to, be switching over, and so it's going to get later. And so many of our kids, are going to go out there walking, and many times, I see them, crossing the middle of the street, and, there's not a lot of lighting in certain areas, and they're just excited to go get candy. I just want to make sure that our parents keep our children safe as they go and trick-or-treat. And finally, we have the election on November 4th. I, too, would like to encourage all our residents to go out and vote. Your vote is your voice. It's extremely important that you do cast your vote. And whoever you choose to vote for, whatever propositions you choose to vote for, the most important thing is for you to cast your vote, because at the end of the day, it is your voice. And I just want to conclude by the following here, and that is that I respect everyone's opinion, everyone that comes to this council chamber. You have every right to be protected under your First Amendment rights, and I certainly respect that to the fullest extent. I may not welcome the profanity, the disrespect towards our police officers, the disrespect towards us, but you do have every right to your freedom of speech, and I want you to know that at the end of the day, this is your house. If you're a resident, you're a business owner, and you want to come and speak, you have every right to do so. But at the same time, you have to take into consideration that we have to conduct the people's business. And when people get out of hand, we cannot just allow that to happen, because there's a lot of business that people are expecting us to do for the people. And so I would just hope as we move forward with this decorum resolution, however it ends up at this current time, I'll tell you that, I'm not in full support of it. There's a lot of things that are missing. One, we do have issues with this chamber here. It's a very old chambers, and we have to realize that we have ADA requirements. There are folks that are disabled, and we need to make sure that we have the appropriate interests for them and seating. And most importantly as well is that we don't allow food or drinks in the chambers. I'll tell you that, thank goodness we have water up here, but many of you who have been out here for the past 4 or 5 hours are not able to drink water or have anything to eat. And I had a conversation with our city manager yesterday, and that, there are people that have diabetes and other issues, and I think that it should be appropriate for you to have some drinking water here in Chambers. And if you need a candy bar or some kind of protein bar, I think that should also be allowed as well, because these meetings are lasting fairly long, and you should have a right to eat and drink here in the Chambers. I'm not saying to go order a pizza and hang out and eat up, but I think folks that want to have water here in Chambers, we have it up here. We do occasionally, we'll have a snack, right? So you have every right to do so as well, and I would hope that my colleagues would be supportive. And lastly, and I've always been supportive of this, and I will continue to be supportive of this, is that public comment should always be at the beginning. I will never support public comment being at the very end. The public should always speak first, and I will continue to support that. I have been fighting our mayor for the past 6 years on this issue, over and over, back and forth, from the police to from police area to here and changing. We've been at this for a very long time, and we came to the conclusion that we would be supportive, all of us here on this dais, that we would allow public comment to be at the beginning and not at the end. So I just hope that we would continue that. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Councilmember Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I heard Councilwoman Martinez say candy bars, you're supposed to be the healthy one up here. How about fruit? How about, just kidding, apple slices, orange slices, something a little healthier than that. I just want to begin by mentioning a couple of things, and I want to invite Councilmember Reyna, because I know he talks about water a lot, and I've been addressing the public here in the city, the Rotarians, the Kiwanians, neighborhood associations, to talk about water. And we're going to have another forum on water, because it is such an important issue, and we've been canvassing the entire city. So on October 30th at 6:30 in these chambers, we're going to have a water supply series talking about what the condition of water is here, the groundwater, some of the contamination issues, how water rates are going to be impacted by the drought. Just a lot of very important information. It's going to be done in English. It's going to be translated into Spanish. So hopefully we'll have a lot of people who will be able to come and attend. But there's a series of discussions going on about water throughout the county. So Santa Ana has been very fortunate that we've had at least 4 or 5 already. I want to echo what my colleague said about having an area for those members of our public who are disabled. I don't see anything. My wife is a disability attorney. She always mentions to me, where's the area where a wheelchair can go, and where's the area where somebody who is, who has some sort of disability that can access the chambers very easily. And so this is an antiquated space. We can certainly work on it. So, Mr. City Manager, maybe we can take a look at what we can do to upgrade and come into compliance with ADA law. So I'm fully supportive of that. I want to end by thanking our staff tonight, and doing a very good job and under very difficult circumstances. And all of us up here, I think, were expecting a much different meeting, and it wasn't. I think it was, again, something that was done well. I think 99.9% of our residents are law-abiding. They're good people, and they deserve to come to these chambers and express their opinions. And I think we owe it to them to provide an environment that's safe. We have to balance interests all the time. We do it on issues, on agenda items, and this is no different. And I think that many of us who didn't agree with the expression on that gentleman's hat at the last meeting, all we simply had to say is, look, there's a person there expressing his or her right, which is a fundamental right. We don't agree with it. I certainly don't agree with it, because I believe our police department is one of the finest that I've ever come in contact with. And maybe I'm biased because I'm from this city and I grew up here, but I also had a relative, a brother-in-law, who was shot and killed while he was an LA County sheriff. So when somebody makes a comment as hurtful and disrespectful as that, it hurts me personally. But as an attorney and as an elected official, I took an oath to protect the Constitution of this state and the federal Constitution. And I used to carry a copy of this with me all the time as a law student. And it's the Constitution in a very small font. I used to be able to read it a lot easier. Now without glasses, I can't read it well. But let me read you just a quick passage. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. When we talk about assembling, we talk about peaceably assembling. And so it is a very sacred passage, and all of us sometimes forget. And I want to apologize to all of you and let you know that nobody was trying to disrespect anybody's right to express themselves, but they were very difficult circumstances. And we've been blessed in this city where we haven't had to deal with that tension. I know we see other cities neighboring to us, Fullerton and Anaheim deal with these things all the time. Maybe we're not as well versed as they are in dealing with that sort of tension. I think we'll be better about it. We're going to be more intelligent about it. I want to thank Mark Lawrence from our staff because he brought me several copies of this. And Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, if you could please provide one to each one of my colleagues and all of our staff here on the dais. It's just a reminder to all of us that that speech that we may not agree with, that may offend us and may be vile to us, is exactly what we're supposed to protect. Yes. It's exactly what we're supposed to defend. And I want to thank the mayor in his effort at the last meeting to try to prevent what could have been a very, very difficult situation, because we didn't want anybody handcuffed. We didn't want anybody dragged out of this house. That, I think somebody correctly put it, it's the people's house. This isn't our house. This is all of our house. This is where we're supposed to conduct business. This is where we're supposed to listen to you. This is where we're supposed to have a dialogue. And so sometimes we do have very difficult circumstances, but I think we'll be better for it. And again, I know that by doing this, it was funny, I was talking to the president of the Police Officers Association. I told him I apologize for what has been happening, and I said, we signed up for this when we were elected. We understand that we're going to be criticized. But his comment to me was, they signed up for it as well, and they understand. So that made me feel a whole lot better, because we all know that we're going to be criticized at one point or another. We're not going to agree. We're not supposed to. That's our democracy. We're not supposed to be in uniformity all the time, and we're supposed to be called out, and we're supposed to be told that something isn't, you're not in agreement with something. But there's a way to do it. Free speech isn't completely unregulated. There's a way to speak. There's a way. You can't yell fire in this building. You can't threaten somebody. You can't scream out of order. We can't be disruptive or disorderly. But we can dialogue, and we can listen to each other. So with that, I just want to thank all of you, and I want to thank our staff especially for making this meeting as civil as we possibly could have it. And with that, I'll wish everybody a good night.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tinajero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, great job, staff. I think tonight you showed your professionalism and forward-thinking skills were well established. I was watching My Cousin Vinny. Remember that movie, My Cousin Vinny? When he went in with this little brown outfit into the courtroom, and he says, what are you wearing? And he says, I'm wearing a suit. He says, no, but what is that? And he says, his suit got dirty and all that stuff, and he wore this little Mississippi string tie and everything. And he says, I don't like your attitude. I'm going to hold you in contempt. Or I don't like the suit. I'm going to hold you in contempt. He could have said that he was expressing himself. He could have said that he had the right to express himself. The reality is that the 9th District Superior Court has taken up two issues like this. And it said that in the courtroom, you don't have all the freedoms of expression that you have in regular public life. They are constrained. The judge has the authority to tell you to sit down and be quiet. You don't get to jump out and yell out. Now, the other extreme is when you go out to the corner and you protest. Those are the two extremes. The city council chambers are somewhere in between. And I teach government. I teach AP government. And I showed the clip of last week to my students, and we talked about it, and we were able to look at the court cases that came along with that. My thought process is there's a few things that need to be clarified. Some people, students came in here and said, I am disappointed that, I know there was a college student who came in and said, I'm disappointed that I got wanded, that they checked me with a metal detector to see if I had any weapons. Well, listen, we all have families up here. And yet last week, at that meeting, there was a knife found under one of the seats. Who knows if somebody else was carrying something else? And that's why you have to take those safety precautions. You realize we never had to do that until things got a little out of hand. And what happens is when things go crazy, then rules have to be applied. Nobody was talking about decorum until things got out of hand. And so we have a responsibility to all residents. And here's the whole thing. I sat here quietly listening. I think I have the opportunity to speak now. And when you find a knife, that's disheartening to my wife, to my kids, and to other family members. So we need to take precautions. We had individuals talking at the end of the meeting about issues that were not related to things on the agenda. The goal in the Ninth District Superior Court said the goal of a city council meeting is not for protest. The goal of the city council meeting is to conduct the city's business. And you cannot disrupt the city's business. What we did tonight, we made sure everyone had the right to speak. If you had to go home, then you had to go home. But we had to conduct the city business. Every item that was before us, everyone had an opportunity to speak on those items. And if there wasn't an item that was on the agenda, but you had something passionate that you wanted to say, you had the opportunity to say it. And that is conducting a meeting in the fashion that you should. I've stood with Councilmember Martinez saying we should put public comments up at the top. I've made those arguments. You've heard me make them here. But it's kind of like when you have a classroom and you say, I'm allowing you to eat. Just don't leave wrappers on the floor. And the wrappers are left on the floor, and you warn once, you warn twice, eventually you got to change the rule. And if we can't conduct business, we need to be efficient in conducting business at the same time, giving people their First Amendment right to be heard. And that's what we did tonight. Some people had to go home early. That happens. That happens. But I'm sure that other people got to express some of those same feelings. Next, I heard issues about, and I'm gonna go on a different, but before I do, I just need to say this. I think one of the things that individuals that came in today with the F the police and all that, you have the right to do that. It's established, you have the right to do that. But you know that I was gonna honor some kids, some 10-year-old kids tonight for winning the city tournament, here in the city of Santa Ana. And they were frightened last week. They were nervous about what was happening. And the parents, when they came back in and they saw everything and they saw what people were wearing, they said, we don't teach our kids this. We don't teach our kids this. And they chose, and they sent me a text message at the very last minute saying, Sal, we cannot have our kids sit through that. What about their rights? What about their recognition? Everyone has the right to be protected. Not just the people who want to come up here with stuff that I consider to be vulgar. They have the right to say it. But how does it affect the rest of us? Everyone has a right to be in this chamber and to feel safe and secure as they come and speak. So public comments are for everyone. I think of, where are we going? I mean, we talk about Dr. Martin Luther King. We talk about Cesar Chavez. These individuals who created social change and never conducted themselves in that manner. He's the only civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King, who hangs on the White House walls. I got to see it with my own eyes. Where have we gone that we're teaching our kids that this is proper conduct? We have the right to express ourselves, but we also need to show that we're better than that. We as a Latino community, predominantly Latino community, have to show that we're better than that. And I believe we are. Your messages to us, we hear loud and clear. There's no need to curse us out. There's no need to curse out our police, because I'm going to tell you this right now. We have the same amount of officers as we had in 1970, and I had my little cousin, little Gus Tinajero, who was at a wedding right over on First Street where the old hotel was, not in a gang, was at a wedding, drive-by shooting, he gets killed. He gets killed. He was 16 years old. Do you remember the days when there were 15 murders a month in the city of Santa Ana? These same police officers that everyone's been saying F you, F you, F you, are the same ones that have created a completely different quality of life in the city of Santa Ana. And yes, are there issues? Of course. Let's address those issues and those issues alone and move on to the next one. But let's not blanket everyone. Like, we can't say all African Americans are like this or all Latinos are like this. We can't say that about our police officers either, because there's some very good police officers out there that are out there and that'll put themselves in harm's way to protect your rights. And so I'm going to risk not being liked tonight, but I believe that we have to put it back into perspective. Everyone has a right. So let's start respecting each other again so that we can move forward and solve the problems of the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for those words. I think as we look at things like finding a knife on the floor, that's something that saddens me. And to hear that 10-year-olds don't want to come to council meetings because they don't feel safe, that saddens me as well. And so if we have to want people, if we have to have stricter rules in order to conduct the city's business, in order to give everybody an opportunity to speak, not just those that speak the loudest, but everybody an opportunity to speak, that's what we have to do. And I support our police department wholeheartedly, because I too remember the days. I remember down at the muffler shop, gangs fighting, literally in the middle of the day, people coming into the office engaged in a battle with guns and everything else, and you want to see customers leave, you want to see people say, I'm never coming back to town. I remember those days. I remember the days of people getting shot in front of my own eyes and hobbling away, trying to hide as another gang member empties out a gun on another individual. And I never want to see those days come back to this city. Never, never, ever. So yes, the community has to work together. I believe we can. But yes, we as a council and as a community need to work and support our police department. They have a very tough job. I went on a ride-along not too long ago from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. And you want to see a gas tank that starts full, and this car is running around back and forth so much that in 4 hours, we were almost down to half a tank. U-turn here, U-turn there, going fast, stopping, seeing the terrible effect of alcohol on people and their behavior, seeing people in car accidents, seeing people doing terrible, dumb, stupid things because they're not thinking straight, but they're out doing it. Who's got to respond to all that? Our police department. And many of these situations, you don't know what you're getting into. All of a sudden, there's a couple cars that have stopped, and they're about to get into something. The police don't know who's in there. Do they have weapons? What's going to happen? I believe they do a magnificent job. And as a consequence of that, we're now a very safe city. Or where we want to be, no, because we always want to be better. But are we at a completely different reality? Yeah, it's a different reality. I remember days when people couldn't go into their apartments because gangs wouldn't let them in. They would stop them at the door and say, give me the keys to your car because I want to borrow your car for a few days. And if they didn't give them the keys, they wouldn't get into their apartment. That kind of stuff was going on in town, which was nonsense. Today, that nonsense is gone, and we have to make sure that it stays gone. And I believe part of the way we do that is not only we work together, but we work, towards a positive future. And we respect and thank all people. I, for example, thank, Peter Katz, because you were out there at that veterans ceremony. And yes, we have to honor our veterans. The fact that we have all these freedoms, it's because a lot of lives have been put on the line in order to protect what we have in this country. And the way we protect it, we have to allow equality and everybody, with the same ability and position and freedom of speech. But at the same time, we also have to respect our veterans and folks that have given so much. So when I was out there with Governor Brown recently, honoring veterans and opening up that new site at the Great Park, I was honored to be there. And just talking about Governor Brown for a moment, I had an opportunity at another meeting recently to ask him for money for Santa Ana. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about $80 million cap and trade money that's already in Sacramento that can come here to our city. Why is that important? Because we can do the light rail with that. We're all talking about this streetcar. With that $80 million, we couple it with some of the money we have out of Measure M2 at OCTA, and we're off to the races. We can be under construction, and it can be in a very near future. And when I asked the governor for that $80 million, he said, he just wrote it down. He put $80 million, Orange County, transportation. And I believe that money is going to come either the first quarter or the second quarter of next year, and that is going to enable us to move this city forward. You want to talk about jobs, you want to talk about the future, you want to talk about investment, you want to talk about making Harvard Boulevard truly vibrant, that is going to allow that to happen. And just one final thought, and that's about vibrancy in the community and the ability to express culture and all. I hope you all come to the Day of the Dead. It's All Souls Day. It's right around Halloween. It's going to be beautiful, and it is going to be packed. You are going to literally see tens of thousands of people in downtown Santa Ana strolling, eating, enjoying music, being with family, being with friends. That's something we didn't enjoy in the past. And so as we protect the city, as we continue to grow it, as we continue to make it a more dynamic, cultural, cosmopolitan center, you can see that very, very much alive on All Souls Day, Dia de los Muertos. It's going to be beautiful. And with that, I just want to remind everybody, please vote on November 4th. We're all talking about a low turnout. I hope it's not. I hope it's a high turnout. And talk about rights. That's a fundamental right. It's a fundamental right, and if we don't exercise it, shame on us. So please go out there and vote. And with that, this meeting is adjourned in memory of Vic Braden, and thank you, Councilor Benavides. I know, Madam Clerk, if you can make sure we get a full package to folks, part of the Braden family. He was a wonderful man. He was a mentor to me and my kids, and he did so much for this world. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.